Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
His Honor, the mayor is en route. It's a bit delayed this morning, so I'm going to go ahead and get our session started. Let me firstly say good morning to my honorable colleagues, Madam Manager, to the staff, everyone in the room, and those of you watching, whatever platform you may be watching. Thank you for joining us for the City Council Budget Work Session. We had a really substantive day yesterday and looking forward to great conversation and great information today as well. With that, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk if you would call the roll.
Mayor Williams is en route. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm here.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero. Here. Councilmember Cook. Here. Councilmember Freeman. Present. And Councilmember Ist.
Here.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to yield to our fabulous Budget and Management Services Director, Christina Riordan. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. Christina Riordan, Budget and Management Services. I want to welcome you to our second day of budget work sessions. We have a full agenda again today for you. And before I get started, I'm kind of going over with what we have today. I just did want to take a moment to recognize our budget staff and thank them for all the work that you do. I think that I'm up here presenting, but I could not do that without these folks behind me who work on all the numbers and resource allocation tables you see, all the performance measures, and really make this work happen. So I just wanted to thank them and recognize them for the work that they do. So moving forward with today's agenda, we do have several departments here for you today. We have our planning department, our community development department, community, and then some of our public safety, community safety, police, and fire. We again will be listening. We have staff available to answer questions and listen if there's more information that you need. And I think that if there are decisions that you all are making today, we'll be anxiously here to assist with that. There is this is our second workday, although there is the option of a third half day on June 6th. But so we're available to get forward and start working. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our first presenter today, City County Planning, Sara Young. Good morning.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I ask a question before we get going?
Sure.
So there was a question about a couple of items that were in the budget, including council items that are not being presented today or yesterday. So when will we have a chance to discuss those?
Councilmember, when you say items that.
Yeah, the guaranteed income is one of them. I think the other one would be the festivals. Yeah. So when will those be discussed, if at all?
I don't know. Let me consult. Go ahead, Madam.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So the draft budget contains everything that is in the manager's proposed budget. So any questions, specific questions about items, the staff or I can answer those questions. Some of the items are not necessarily in a department for presentation purposes, but we certainly have the information to answer any questions. For example, there is an initiative that has been part of what we've been discussing related to festivals. You asked a question yesterday of the General Services Department of how much is currently in that grant pool, and they said 200. We're recommending an additional 100 be added to that. So at the end of the budget process, there would be 300 there. And in the guaranteed income, there's $1 million in the proposed budget for the merits for guaranteed income. Those two questions, I could answer from this.
So the question just went, did we end of the day, or because there also were some citizen input on the guaranteed income as well. So just wanted to have a chance we could have a conversation about that. Again, just wanted to know when that would happen today.
Let me say, Madam, we're going to, and we've had conversations about, there's been citizen input about everything. And, a particular issue that may rise higher on a particular council member's radar, we all have those. But per the city manager's comments, we'll have opportunity as a council to ask those questions. But I'm going to proceed with regular order now and let Director Young present. And I promise you we'll have opportunity to entertain those. But we're going to go with regular order.
Right. Today or?
Perhaps. At the end of the session. But right now we have a printed published agenda. That's what we're gonna go. That's what we're gonna do right now.
Yeah, I was simply clarifying what we're looking at today. So
Again, my
End of the
answer
day.
is perhaps, but we're gonna go with the printed order right now. Director Young, proceed, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sara Young, Director of the City County Planning Department, where our mission is to foster and plan for an equitable and sustainable future for Durham. So I want to start off with our org chart. We're a department of currently 51 FTEs, proposed to go up to 53 FTEs. We currently have 3 public works FTEs that live in our budget. But we will talk a little bit more further in the presentation about the 2 additional FTEs that you see in development services and community planning. We're organized in 2 divisions with, as of July 1, Assistant Director Grace Smith will be over the Development Services Center, Community Planning, Admin and Technology teams, and Assistant Director Bo Dobrinsky will be over Growth Management, Major Development Review, Minor Engineering, and Zoning Administration, which is our Enforcement and Site Compliance Inspections unit. Starting off with some performance measures. As you know, we are a department that is responsible for over 60 different processes, programs, projects over the course of any year. And I am not going to bore you with performance measures on all those things. So I'm going to hit some high-level highlights. First off, on the left of the screen, in terms of the total volume of cases, applications that we process, I think the key takeaway here is our volume is still relatively high. We expect to close out the year with about having processed maybe 6,700 applications grand total. And on the right, you can see that that volume of work is being done meeting our timeliness metric, which we have set ourselves as 90% for our goal in terms of timeliness of reviews. We are exceeding that. We're at about 96, 97%. And the industry kind of benchmark, if you will, is 85%. So our goal is already higher than most of our neighboring municipalities. In particular, I want to drill down a little bit deeper into building permit reviews as one of the case types that we look at. While the planning department does not issue or manage the building permit review process, we are one of the reviewing departments. And in the past 5 years or so, you can see that the volume of reviews has doubled, but our staffing has not. And so that is one of the positions that we have asked for in this budget to try and align our staffing with the actual workload. Another key thing that we are responsible for is a lot of customer interactions, providing public information through our Development Services Center primarily. On the first chart, you will see kind of our contacts by type. We are estimating about 11,000 total contacts by the end of the year. And that is a combination of phone, email, and walk-in traffic to the Development Services Center. You'll notice the biggest change is the green proportion has gotten much larger. That's our phone contacts, and that is a result of taking our phone lines back and being able to directly and much more quickly, I think, provide people answers via the phone. The other thing to note here is in terms of public records requests, we process a lot of public records requests this year. We will probably get close to about 800. And that puts us as the department, the second highest volume record request department behind emergency communications. So this is kind of a little known fact, but we process and fulfill a lot of records requests. All right. Zoning enforcement is an area that we probably don't talk very much about until someone is complaining and we're hearing about it that way. So I wanted to touch briefly and share that, this year our total number is probably going to be down in terms of enforcement investigations and cases. That is due to a vacancy that we filled. You'll see the pie chart on the right-hand side of the screen. In any normal year, that would have been evenly distributed between our 3 geographic areas. But this year, where primarily one of the zoning officers pitched in to help cover the area, there's an uneven distribution. But we are back on track and fully staffed there. All right, everyone's favorite thing, the resource allocation table. Our proposed budget this year is $6,394,548, which is about a 10% increase, primarily due to personnel costs. Our operations budget is also going up slightly to $479,956, and that's just due primarily to higher parking costs and an increase in travel and training funds. As part of this budget, we are raising a number of fees to better capture the staff time and effort associated with processing those applications. Those additional revenues will be about $617,000 more. So total projected revenue will be about $3.1 million for next year. That's assuming a similar level of case volume. That number is baked into that program revenue line. That's our application revenues and the city's contribution. The county's contribution is the discretionary line. And the way it works is city and county basically split 50-50, whatever is not covered by application fees. So for this coming year, that will work out to roughly 50% of our budget will be paid for by fee revenues, 25% city, 25% county, more or less. All right, I want to wrap up with a few budget highlights. We have proposed, and it's in the budget, a new planner for building permit reviews. Showed you the metrics on those, and so we're very excited to be able to restore a little work-life balance to that unit. We also have a new senior planner for community planning. This is a position that we've talked about in the past. This planner, senior planner, would work on small area planning, comprehensive plan implementation projects, basically anything in our work program in future years that may be on the discretionary side, meaning work that we don't necessarily have to do, but the body is electing to do that by policy. They'll also, by the way, provide some additional bandwidth for historic preservation, which is a workload that is peaking a lot more lately. Another quick budget highlight, as I mentioned, we are increasing fees to about 30 different applications. Most of those fee increases are very modest. Most are under $400 increase. A lot of them are very minimal in the $15, $20, $25 range. It has been many, many years since we did an across the board fee adjustment, and we typically do these studies periodically. So we did one this year and are right sizing our fees accordingly. And then the last thing is we are restoring our travel and training budget to our pre-pandemic levels. That was one of the things that, like with many departments, had to be adjusted, and we've never been able to return to that number till this year. So we are excited to be able to provide more professional development opportunities for our staff again. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you for that extensive, long presentation. Appreciate it. I'm going to yield now to colleagues for any questions or comments. We can go around the table. Any questions for Director Young? Seeing none, Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation and just for all of the excellent work. As a JCCPC member, we get a little bit more in depth, and so y'all's department works really, really hard, and is probably one of the departments that is the most public facing and gets a lot of criticism. And so just want to extend my gratitude for you and all your staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Baker. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, so planning, I will never pass up an opportunity to talk more about planning. It's very powerful. There's so much that can be done. It owns the DNA that shapes our city. Every single square foot of our city falls within a zoning district. And we can use that in a lot of different ways, and cities do use it in a lot of different ways. They can use it for good. They can use it in ways that perpetuate the dependency on the automobile or create a thriving community. And so that's very powerful. And so we see planning departments that fall really into providing two critical services. One is like development review and reviewing tons and tons of different types of development applications. And the other is thinking about how to maintain a good urban form, how to make sure that all the pieces are fitting together. And so you have current development review and you have long-range development, long-range community planning. And so we're only adding 3 FTEs, proposed to add 3 FTEs in this entire budget, 2 of them going to the planning department, 1 of them going to current development review, 1 going to long-range planning. And so that results or would result in 7 community long-range planners. I've seen smaller communities with more long-range planners. I've seen larger communities with fewer long-range planners. And so I'm hoping that 7 is going to be a good amount that we can see good and exciting projects this coming year. I don't know how many questions because I'm on JCCPC as well, and we have a lot of conversations there about planning. So looking forward to this year and hoping and expecting big things. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Anyone else? Councilmember Cook, good morning.
Morning. Thank you for that presentation. I don't have many questions, but this is just because I came in late to this conversation, and I was hoping that you could talk to me about, we've been having a lot of conversations about small area planning, and I was hoping you could talk to me about where that fits in with this kind of projected year. I know we've got another couple of positions coming in. It sounds like one of them might be focused on sort of innovative long-term solutions. And so I'm just wondering if you could talk about the small area planning specifically.
Sure. So we have, just by way of background, when I first joined the department, we did a lot of small area planning. Back in, I think, 2005 with the prior comp plan, there was a decision made that the new comp plan would supplant all small area planning. We would not do that anymore. I was here, but I was not in a position that affected that decision. So we've lived with that through that comp plan. With this new comp plan, we said we want to return back to small area planning because it provides better fine-grained planning for specific neighborhood-specific issues and concerns. The comp plan, I think, does a good job of broad brush addressing larger problems, but small area plans really get into specific recommendations about all sorts of things, whether it be, transportation improvements that may be needed in an area, whether it's additional regulatory controls for some environmental concerns in an area, whatever. It can be a number of things that come from that. It could be land use related, zoning changes that are desired in that area to change the pattern of future development. So in this coming year, our adopted work program has 2 kind of line items. One is a small area plan scoping. Since it's been so long since we've done small area plans and a lot has changed, we wanted to make sure that everyone is on the same page in terms of what small area plans can and can't do and what they kind of will and won't include. So we are proposing a bit of a scoping exercise. We'll be bringing that to JCCPC when it's complete, just to make sure that we are on the right track in terms of the expectations of what small area plans might entail. They will still be somewhat tailored from neighborhood to neighborhood. The other component in that scoping is identifying areas that are ripe for a small area plan. Because as you can imagine, we could get requests every day for a small area plan. And so we need to identify those proactively and then methodically, work with JCCPC to prioritize them so staff has a clear roadmap of what we need to be working on first and second and whatnot. And then the second kind of placeholder item is to start working on those. We've already started working on the Walltown small area plan, kind of a bit of a pilot. And we'll be looking forward to, as soon as we have the scoping, the prioritization done, begin work on additional small area plans.
Well, yeah.
So I hope that answers your question.
And actually you got to the second part of my question, which was going to be on timing, because the first 2 of those are very groundwork laying and groundwork laying. There we go. And so we are already starting to work on the Walltown pilot. And then do you foresee that the sort of the scoping and the identifying of the areas, that's going to be a half a year situation, a whole year situation?
Yes, I do expect that it will not be a whole year situation. I do expect that before the end of this coming fiscal year, we will have started on probably a couple more small area plans. And I'm being a little bit vague in that each neighborhood may have different needs. And so the scope might be different. It may be that, we can work on 2, 3, 4 small area plans if they're really small geographically or small scope-wise plans. But if a small area plan, covers more issues or a broader geography, it may take longer, more resources. The community engagement may be more involved and drag out longer. And so it's not a one size fits all, I guess is what I'm trying to convey.
Sure, I appreciate that because I feel like there's been a lot of conversation around it and a lot of community ask for it. And I just don't always know how to respond to that because I didn't know the details of what y'all are doing. I think these are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Risk, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Director Young. Great presentation, great work. My question just follows on Councilmember Cook. Just could you give us an example, either historically from Durham or from another community, about what a small area planning exercise looks like and what the outcome looks like? What changes with that? What are the impacts in terms of environment, infrastructure, jobs, housing? Like, what does that all look like if you can paint a picture for us?
Sure. So a small area plan, first I'll say this, it's still a plan, right? It in and of itself will not do anything, which may be kind of an unpopular thing to say, right? It is a policy document. So it can lay out things like a zoomed in mini version of the comp plan, right? So it can lay out things like, hey, we really should be making these, pedestrian improvements in an area. And that can help inform CIP decisions, future budget decisions. But in and of itself, that plan doesn't make those things happen, right? It's just laying out the vision that is built upon a lot of community input and engagement by the affected folks in that area or the neighborhood to more specifically zone in on what they want. We have often, I think probably the last small area plan we did was the 9th Street plan. And that led to a couple of things. There were some policy changes in terms of land use. We ended up rezoning, creating a new zoning district for 9th Street that was, more pedestrian friendly, form-based, et cetera, and applied that. There were also some changes to streetscape stuff and a streetscape project that went along with that. So it could be a variety of different things that could be involved. But there will always have to be follow-up actions, I think, is the key. The plan itself will not necessarily enact any change. It is another policy document, which is also one reason why we ended up getting a little bit away from it. There was a sense of urgency at the time. I was actually involved in many of those projects. And taking half a year to a year to develop a plan and then still having to take another bit of time to enact zoning changes or whatnot. We ended up, for instance, when we did Patterson Place, we didn't do a plan. We went ahead, rezoned it, made zoning changes, and enacted kind of that design district there without a plan in place, just due to the sense of urgency. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Good morning.
Thank you. I just want to follow up a little bit and just, I always forget the year. And you know what I'm going to ask, it's specific to the stormwater for the buildings that already exist and areas that already exist. What year was it again that the buildings were required to add stormwater features?
I don't remember. I want to say, I think it was in the 90s.
I think so too.
And
the reason I bring that up is because I just wanted to know if in the work plan, because I'm hearing you explain the small area planning, if there's any cognizant way that we're going to try and address some of those needs to prevent this flooding that's occurring in a lot of areas.
So that's an excellent question. And you all know there's a lot of overlap between the work that we do and the work that our friends in Public Works Stormwater do, but they're the ones that would implement. So for instance, Councilmember Freeman, to your question, in a small area plan process, a neighborhood may identify that flooding is a big issue because a majority of the area kind of predates modern stormwater requirements. And so there may be policies that get put in the plan about trying to prioritize some retroactive measures that may address that flooding. That then becomes something that Public Work takes into account as they're developing their future budget requests, CIP requests, et cetera, to basically follow through and implement those things.
And I'm hoping it's the same thing around ditches and the others. Okay, just making sure. That was all.
Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. I just want to say, as far as the small area planning, I mean, if we're not going to orient our CIP and other things, it's just going to be a plan that doesn't get enacted on. So that's ultimately going to be up to decision makers on budgets as to how effective it is or isn't as a tool. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Sarah, thank you so much. I'm a past chair of the JCCPC, so during much of the process of development of the comprehensive plan, I was really excited about some of the elements that are in this comprehensive plan, particularly the small area plan. I do want to say, and I'm glad you emphasized that it's a plan. In every city in this country, there are neighborhoods that look exactly the same way they did in 1950s. It's almost as if they had a small area plan for their neighborhood, and other neighborhoods managed to not look the same. So I just want to, sometimes a small area plan has been used by others to keep their neighborhood exactly the same way they wanted it, while they enjoy the amenities of a growing city in other people's neighborhoods, and then come back to their cloistered neighborhood. So I just want to, and their neighborhoods in this city for years, they've been had small area plans. We've been knowing what they wanted. We hear it now, whether it's police, whether it's community centers or rec centers reopened. So it's not like we haven't been hearing. We've just had policies over decades that have been insensitive and non-responsive to those folks. So to Councilmember Caballero's point and your point earlier, the comprehensive plan is a plan. It's only as good as the elected folk and the people in power that are going to make decisions. We can't listen to some people sometime for what they want if it comports with what we want, and then don't listen to them other times. If we're going to do small area plans, those voices have got to be valued and weighted. I do also want to thank your department. It's been a tough couple of years for your department. A lot of folk have brought things before us. When I think of the planning department, I think of there are 9 people on the Supreme Court of the United States. They're all exquisitely educated. They all have the exact same degree. They all look at the exact same document and come up with wildly divergent views. So the notion that credentialing somehow will give us the right answer for the growth of our city is a bit fallacious, because folk value different things. Some folk want a densely urban center. Some folk want, not a densely urban center. And our credentialing won't answer that question for us. It's coming together as a city, as residents, and carving out space to have honest and open, respectful debate and discussion about what we want as a city. And sometimes not you personally, but your department has been made the arbiter of that debate oftentimes, and have borne the brunt of what really is a family discussion for our city. So, and you've done marvelously. You guys have conducted yourself with integrity and class and professionalism. And I want you to know that we're grateful for that. And I'm grateful and excited about this comprehensive plan. And I'm very excited about small area plans as well. So thank you so much. We're going to move on to community development.
Before you move on.
Oh, go ahead, Kelly.
I just wanted to, and I appreciate the comments. I just wanted to touch back on, in this small area planning conversation, if there'll be some commercial focus aspect, because of what I feel like is happening right now. We're talking about mixed use, but we're not really discussing, I guess, just in a specific example, those folks from downtown Durham coming in and explaining how the roads are blocked because someone's parked on the street trying to do delivery up and down. Like, if that aspect of that is also going to be included in this small area planning conversation as well.
So that is actually a separate topic that we're trying to address now. I've got a meeting with some of my fellow department heads set up to try and work through some of that and see what we can do to mitigate the negative aspects associated with construction. And
not just construction, but
yeah,
just regular everyday business delivery. Like, I know in my neighborhood, there's, Belt Street is where the delivery trucks are coming through. So people parking on both sides makes it impossible for anyone to get through there. So it's just kind of like having that mindset of, when we're talking more mixed use, we've got to think mixed use for the street and the sidewalks and all of that as well.
Yep.
So that's all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cook, of course.
Thank you for addressing that also, because I think that's the access and the parking and all of these things are forefront on our minds. So I'm glad to hear you all heard that and are working on it. I had one more question, which was that we are looking at a pretty massive UDO overhaul. And I was wondering if you could just speak to what your department's plan is around resources and specifically like staff time, since y'all are going to have this one large item, this sort of, yeah, it sounds like it seems to me like it's going to take a lot of your staff time and a lot of your resources. And then you've also got, 60 other things that you're doing. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that for this next coming year.
Sure. So we're fortunate that we have a good consultant team that is doing the brunt of the heavy lifting of the drafting. We have also a consultant, and you all will be getting a upcoming presentation at a work session from our consultant team about kind of where they are with the project. But in terms of staff impacts, which is your direct question, yes, while we are not the heavy lifters on the project, that does not mean that it is not a heavy impact on staff. The engagement, the overall engagement, not the equitable engagement, but the like generic run-of-the-mill, making information available and providing opportunities for folks, that is a staff responsibility. So we have one staff lead that is supported by a team of other staff that have other regular work assignments in the department that are kind of pitching in with this. We also obviously, there's a group of staff that will be reviewing the drafts and providing feedback from all sections of the department. But I think also it bears note that this will involve staff from lots of other departments to review, to provide feedback. And so it's not just impacts on the planning department. This is really an ordinance that affects, public works, transportation, even general services, parks and rec, lots of our, and water management, I'm probably missing some others, but so that is also probably some of why, not probably, that is definitely why, even with additional staffing and these new projects, I'm trying to be a little conservative on how much we can accomplish, because this will be a big draw of staff time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Rist. Sir.
Thank you, Ms. Pro Tem. Just one final question going back to the small area planning, and to your point, Mayor Pro Tem. So can you tell me more about the stakeholders who's invited into that process for a small area plan? Is that just the residents and businesses in a particular set of neighborhoods in that area, or is that a larger set of stakeholders? And the other question is, like, I know we don't do this well in planning, but who represents like future residents, for example, in a community or a small area? So what does that look like?
So typically the first, public meeting we would have would be to identify like the boundary of an area. So that would be a broader meeting. All of our meetings are public meetings, and so anyone can come. We don't check your ID at the door and say, you don't live in the boundary, you can't participate, certainly. But once we had a boundary established, then moving forward, engagement would be more pointed towards residents and not just property owners. So also tenants, renters, business owners, whoever, has an interest in that area would definitely be purposely invited with, invitation, direct mail. But we always, it's broad inclusion. So anyone that has an interest in that area is welcome to participate. And I'm sorry, I think I missed the second part of your question.
Right. So like future residents, like looking forward, like how does that get represented potentially?
So that is a big challenge, right? I don't have a crystal ball, wish I did, be a much better planning director if I did. But a couple of things that we're trying to do. One is we're actually trying to engage more youth in our processes, which is something that we historically have not done until the comp plan. Now, granted, we don't know kind of, what the future holds, whether youth will remain here or not. It's impossible for us to forecast where people are coming from other places. So we try and not get too hung up on that. We do look at bigger trends kind of citywide and region-wide and see if there's something we can do to forecast what might happen. But our forecasts are kind of limited. I don't think that we would have necessarily predicted the explosion of growth that we've had, even though we were expecting growth, not the rate at which it occurred. So that is the trickiest question any planner can be asked.
Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues. Director Young, thank you so much. And at this time, I'm going to invite Director Reginald Johnson, Community Development, Forever Home. Madam Manager.
Yesterday, I waited for a couple of departments to go before I thank them, and some had already left the room. So as Mr. Johnson is coming forward, I would like to say thank you to Director Young and her team. I see several of them there. They may be staying, they may be going to their offices and multitasking, but I wanted to thank you for the very expert just work that you bring to this community, to the organization, and look forward to the future. Thank you.
You're here. Thank you, Madam Manager. Director, good morning, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem. Members of the council, Reginald Johnson, Director of the Department of Community Development. This is the Community Development Department presentation. First, I want to give some acknowledgements before I begin. As I've shared before, I'm the person standing here, but I have many others that will contribute to the work and do the work that we do in community development. So I'd like to recognize Terry Porter Holmes and Tanya Coleman, Assistant Directors, Dr. Michael Pullum, Neighborhood Stabilization Team Lead, Colin Davis from Homelessness Team Lead, Maggie Carnegie, our Planning and Performance Manager, Matthew Walker, our Multifamily Team Lead, Bridget Stevens, who is our Contract Compliance, Albert Avery, who is our Business Services Manager. I'd also like to thank Matthew Jones, who's our budget analyst, who's doing a fine job. He's jumped in to understand complex budgets. So we want to thank him for the work that he's doing, the leadership he's offering. Also want to acknowledge Erin Miles, our attorney, who is doing a fine job, and she has also jumped in to help us. I will just share that the last person I spoke to before I left the office yesterday was Erin Miles, my attorney. And the first person I spoke to this morning when I got into my office was Erin Miles, our attorney. So, you know, sometimes that's just the way it goes. But thank you, and I want to say thank you to all of the Community Development Department staff members who lead in work and commitment to the citizens of Durham, residents of Durham. Community Development Department for FY 25. Next slide. So this is our FTE chart. We have 35 FTEs. We did not request any additional staff members for this year. Not that we would have gotten them had we requested them. But we did not request any. We do have work that needs to be done, and we'll figure out ways to have that done. But we are right now satisfied with the 35 TAs we're working to fill them. Next slide. So I would start with our homelessness measures, exits to permanent housing. First, I just, as a reminder to the council, say for these two, these are not departmental measures, they are homelessness system measures. So it's just, we're one of the contributors, a major contributor, but not the only entity that contributes to meeting these measures, unlike the rest of the measures that you will see from us or other departments. So in terms of exodus to permanent housing, the goal is 35%. As you see, we have not quite reached that, but that's one of the challenges. We made some adjustments to focus on the most vulnerable, which is challenging, and we're putting a lot of resources behind this to stay steady and try to meet it. And so when I say resources, of course, financial resources from the city and other entities, and coordinating, the resources. So it's not just money from the city, but it's also to help coordinate others to be able to get to this particular goal. And the same, I would say, for the length of time for homelessness, which is 110 days. And you can see that we're still, teetering there, but that's one of the things for the system, that it requires coordination in addition to, places for people to go, but places for people to stay, and also support services for those, and it requires a lot of coordination and effort. And I just also want to say thank you to all of our partners who contribute to us. Like I said, this is a system measure, and it requires cooperation and collaboration from many of the partners, not just us, the city of Durham.
I'm sorry. I was just going to ask a quick question. Does this include the veterans or is it pulled out from that?
No, this would include the veterans. Yes, this includes the veterans.
So this average would be much higher without the veterans?
What would you say? Okay, okay.
The only reason I asked that is because I know there's specific veteran money that kind of keeps their number a little bit lower. So just want to make sure if we need to do something different that we.
Well, we'll take a look at that. I would say the veterans, even though they have additional resources or separate resources, it's fair to say there's a challenging population that goes both ways. There's some uniquenesses to the veterans population. Yeah.
Colin Davis. There is a change in one of our veterans service providers.
Colin, if you would suspend for a second here, we're going to get you mic. People out
One of our veteran service providers changed their building. Volunteers of America had a transitional housing program for veterans. They made a decision to convert that to a permanent housing structure. So that's a good thing because we get veterans going in, but they're there permanently. There's no turnover. So that's sort of a place where we lose a little bit of capacity for that emergency short, long term. We do have the SSVF, which is kind of a rapid rehousing type program for veterans. That's reliant on landlords in the community being willing to take third-party payments and work with that population.
Councilmember
And
Cook.
Director, I had one quick question just while we're going over this slide. And there are so many floating definitions for homelessness. I was just wondering, is this based on the HUD definition of homelessness, these charts before us, or a different definition?
Great question.
Thank you.
Yes, these are all based on HUD's definition of homelessness, and these come from our system performance measures that are submitted to HUD annually.
Okay, great. Because I just want to make a note for my colleagues that this definition is what we're working with. It's the federal definition. It does not always capture all of the people who are housing unstable or unhoused in our community, just by way of definitions not being wide reaching. So I just wanted to point that out while we're looking at those. Thank you.
Yeah, Department of Education will count households that are doubled up. One of those households would be considered homeless. HUD does not consider that homeless unless one of those households has a letter from a landlord saying you must vacate the property within 14 days. At that point, they're at risk of homelessness. These numbers are for literally homeless living in unsheltered locations, emergency shelters, cars, or other places not meant for human habitation.
And that's something we've been dealing with for years. This definition and unsheltered being operative as opposed to couch surfing and stuff like that. So I appreciate the nuance and the distinction. You can proceed. Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
So in terms of, and thank you, Colin, minor repairs, this is our goal. We actually have a higher target for this upcoming year, principally because we have Habitat for Humanity is the current contractor for minor repairs and has been doing a fine job. We actually have just released the RFP, actually was released yesterday, to have another vendor or additional vendors to do minor repair and our substantial rehab. And so what we're expecting is to be able to reach that target is to have possibly more than one vendor, but even if it's one vendor, we'll have additional resources to put behind it to service more people in terms of minor repairs. In terms of new affordable rental units under contract, this number is reflective of what we expect to have under contract in the upcoming year. You can see that we have high estimate the previous year, and that's simply because one of the drivers is the housing authority and where they are with their contracts, as well as some contracts that we have with some other funding. So that one, as you know, kind of ebbs and flows. Next slide. So in terms of the resource allocation table, we have personnel services and our budget's fairly stable. You know, due to budget, we have had some increases due to personnel cost, as I'm sure that you have seen previously from other departments. In terms of the general fund, just as I said, and just so you know, in our department, we have more than one allocation table because of the funding sources. This is also reflective of the what we rely on the general fund. It'll be just under $3.2 million. Dedicated housing fund is a reminder. The dedicated housing fund is composed of the 2 cents on the tax rate for the that the council allocates to housing, and also includes the 1.38 cents that the council also has for the payment of the debt service on the bonds. And you can see this year we're proposing to expend about just about $16.5 million. In terms of our grants, if you look under the proposed $4 million for FY25, these are federal grants: community development block grant, home, emergency solutions grants, and housing opportunities for persons with AIDS. Particularly in Hopper, I would want to share with you that we are that money is increasing, and we did take a little bit of a cut in home. In terms of budget highlights, the anticipated construction that will be completed for the following projects, and many of those you're familiar with, but you'll see them here together. Elizabeth Street Apartments from the Housing Authority and DVI Incorporated, Hardy Street Apartments, Cedar Trace Apartments, so you can see the number of units there. In terms of anticipated executing development contracts for the following projects, this is with Mosaic Durham Tech Apartments. They're looking to build 124 units. Fairhaven Walk at 156, and Dillard Street, which is part of the Housing Storage Authority BNC Apartments for 98. You might recall that A, you just approved, and they're getting ready to start A shortly. We're going to, in additional budget highlights, we're going to release the home ARP for 25 new rental units this fall. That's federal funding for the American Rescue Plan. That's specifically for home funding. In terms of small scale production and preservation, construct 20 new housing units, 18 home ownership and 20 rental on City of Durham surplus lots to begin in this fall. And rehabilitate 10 rental units on Durham Community Land Trustees East Point 2 project. And for home ownership, we anticipate eligible homeowners will be assisted by the DPA program by the end of June 2025. Will be at 30 units. As you know, you may recall, we have revamped that program and we are getting some applications in that are being invited, that are being approved and closed. And,
sorry, DPA stands for?
Down Payment Assistance Program. And then the homeless system will continue the data-driven and planning and resource allocation. So one of the things, particularly with the resources that I mentioned earlier about the homeless system, we are ranked in the top 80 for COC. Yeah, it's about in the top 80. We weren't always there, and that's a collective, as I mentioned before, and we'll be doing a presentation as was called for after you come back from your summer recess. But it takes us a lot. To stay still is to fall behind. in terms of the ranking, because when the HUD ranks the COCs, then they start allocating funding based on the ranking. And so we always have to really work hard to, in fact, stay ahead. So staying where we are does not necessarily benefit us, because other entities are trying to move forward at all times. And then in terms of budget request for FY25, we want to have eviction diversion an amount of $650,000 to move forward with that. Next slide. So I do have another presentation to add on, but I'll pause for questions here.
Thank you so much, Director. Colleagues, Councilmember Cook.
I had two quick questions, and Director Johnson and I have had many opportunities for questions, so I will be so brief because he has done a great job answering my questions many times in the past. My one is about the DPA program. Do we have an average timeline for folks getting that assistance? Because I know that there was some question about it taking quite a long time to get that down payment assistance that wasn't really working well with the structure of home buying in this current market. Is that timeliness being addressed?
I would say yes, but it's two parts to the timeliness. Of course, it's the part that we have to do in terms of our work, but it's also another part where the lender has to provide information to us that they have to get oftentimes from the borrower. And so, Michael, what's the average time for the citizens? It's 30 days, but that's 30 days, assuming that folks get their information in on time and answer questions timely. I mean, we've had times, and I've checked in after I do, my investigation was after folks raise, issues, and I find out there's 2 and 3 week delays in getting information. Well, that throws that off from the beginning. So, but we are constantly, evaluating our time frame, and Assistant Director Coleman has looked into it, and it is looking to it and doing some process improvements constantly.
And my second question was about on the resource allocation table. Oh boy, sorry, lost my spot. Okay, the first two, so the department wide and then the general fund, both have the exact same percentage change in their discretionary revenues, and that number is exactly the same. So I understand that the first table is talking about the second table in that line, but can you just help walk me through when we are looking at these various tables? My understanding is that they were all sort of separate pieces, that the department was separate from all of the other ones, but is the department actually including the general fund and also like the dedicated housing fund? Are they all sort of included in that first table? So the way that it works? Hi.
Christina, Riordan, Budget Management Services. Yes, so the department table will include both their general fund revenue and their dedicated housing fund, because the department sits within the fund, but the dedicated housing fund funds may include more than just a department. So there are sometimes things that sit in a fund. In the dedicated housing fund, the community development is the only department that sits in that fund, but they won't match exactly.
Sorry, could you just do that one more time for me?
So it's a little confusing, but so the departments
I want to make sure I'm following.
may have more than one fund,
right,
that kind of with the revenue source. So that discretionary revenue is really just their general fund revenue. That's why it matches.
I see.
In the general fund.
Okay.
But then you'll see dedicated housing fund is another revenue source that comes in, and then they also have grants that come in as well too. So the department will include all of those, but the funds will only include the fund portion of it.
Great.
So we're trying to break it out so that you can see it by fund, but the department will include everything.
Okay.
But the funds may include more than just the department.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Freeman.
I just wanted to let my colleagues know I'm going to cut out in about 20 minutes. I should be back before lunch, but I did want to take the liberty to just share a thanks, appreciation for, it's like Councilmember Cook mentioned, lots of questions, always answers. I did want to just jump ahead a little bit to just say in the, I guess, the DPA program, has there actually been one that went through to completion? Are we like if we flush the system all the way through and we're seeing that it's working, or do we need to look at maybe partnering with some other organizations? How are you feeling about the coming year and being able to actually move those forward?
So we have had loans that complete. We've had 3 have closed and 2 are closing this week.
Of the 3 or 5
No,
altogether?
it's not 5 altogether.
Okay.
And there's some others. So one, we do have, we have spoken to lenders because our program is focused on, you first approach your lender. We have 22 lenders, can always use more. That's individual lenders, 14 financial institutions can always use more. And it's easy to qualify in terms of the, what needs to be provided to us and those are listed on our website to be able to, in terms of public, that yes, we are working with community communications and we have an ad that's going. We're always looking for different ways to talk to, encourage community members to pursue the application. And what we're dependent upon is the community members to actually, I don't want to use the term put pressure, but talk to lenders. Because if I approach lender Reginald Johnson Bank and Reginald Johnson Bank does not participate, then and I want to do business with them, it's advantageous to the bank to talk with us about being a participant.
Okay. That was all.
Okay.
And I guess just to mainly focus in on what I see is that the rentals are coming online and that's working. It's the home ownership side that's always the problem. And so if there's any solutions, or I'm trying to think of what could be a bigger help. And so I hear you pushing participants to actually encourage their lenders to get involved with the program is one way, and I'll be looking for others.
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
All right, thank you, colleagues. I know you're going to segue into Forever Home, and I'm going to yield to His Honor, who's at the table. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and you can proceed with Forever Home. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to be with everyone. Don't open a restaurant. Please don't do it. Not me. I don't want to open another one. So, Director Johnson, please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of, this is an update on the Forever Home Durham, the affordable housing plan that we have for the city of Durham. This includes financially all of the resources that, including the bond referendum, the dedicated housing fund, what we just talked about, the entitlements that we just talked about over a 5-year, well, actually 7 years now, plan. And wanted to just give you what consists to be our annual update. Next slide. So the Forever Home Durham budget for FY25 is projected to be approximately $41 million. The budget accounts for multifamily production and preservation, neighborhood stabilization, and homelessness services. This chart, which I'm going to take a little bit of time and go through, is the progress to date. And so we have the, on the left side, the categories that when we proposed the bond referendum that we promoted to and shared with the public that we would seek as the goals, and the number of units or people served that we would try to seek to provide services to. And so you see under goal, that is the number. And these are the various categories under rental units created. The total that we sought or we're going to seek was 1,600. In the pipeline means that we have in discussions with entities. We have not entered a contract, but we're having discussions with the developers in a serious way. So we know what what we're striving toward. The goal is to get under contract. Of course, we have 451 units under contract. That means that there is a contract that they may, that they are working on. Then the number completed is 162 for a total of 1870. And the balance remaining means that we're actually going to exceed that goal in terms of rental units created, though the time frame is not, has not expired yet. In terms of rental units preserved is, existing units. Preservation means what it says, that's already in existence, and we're trying to preserve those units. And the goal is 800, and the pipeline is 27. Under contract 56, we've completed 355 for a total of 438. We still have 362 units to meet that goal. The next category is home ownership opportunities created. And this is where Councilmember Freeman was just talking about in terms of the area that's been a challenge for us because we were delayed in getting the DPA program initiated, and we had to revamp it after we did due to the change in the economy. But you see in the pipeline, we're projecting 90, and this also includes not just DPA, but also some where we're working with nonprofits. Under contract 6 for a total of 96, and this is for the area that's the most challenging for us up to this point. In terms of homeless persons in permanent housing, our goal was 1,700. Of course, in this particular measure, you don't have pipelines and under contract because you grant the resources to the people at the time that you count them at the time that they're served. So we've completed through our partners 1,751 and for a total of 1,751, and we've exceeded that goal already by 51. In terms of low income household stabilized, goal is 3,000. We have 2,100, just over 2,100 that we've completed. And so we still have a balance of remaining in terms of reaching the goal of 810. You have this in your background information, but this is a detailed showing of a reflection of the number of units in which development projects are counted. What's completed, what's under contract, what's in the pipeline. I won't go line by line, but you have that in your information. Next slide. In terms of one of the goals for Forever Home Durham was that we sought to include minority and women-owned businesses in the work that we're doing. We actually engaged United Minority Contractors in North Carolina, a firm based here in North Carolina, of course, to help with encouraging minority vendors to participate with the Housing Authority and other nonprofit organizations and for-profits that are doing business, and help the general contractors in terms of making sure there's a connection between the subcontractors and their interest and the general contractor, and that there's a process that they can also be trained on what to apply for, how to submit applications. Also, UMC-NC, United Minority Contractors of North Carolina, also provides forums so they can ask questions to make a connection between the minority businesses and the general contractors and the developers. And so we're glad that we did that, and it's proving to have some advantages to it. Excellent. And so I'll conclude that with both presentations, including the update from the Finance Forever Home Durham, as well as the budget presentation.
Thank you, Director Johnson. Council member.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I don't have any questions about Forever Home Durham. The last bullet on and I missed it, was around legal aid, and I just wanted an update from either your department or, and if this is just going to go on to the list of items that we're discussing, or if you would like conversation around that. I know that there's the current, what is in your recommended budget is less than what they have been receiving, which is a mixture of ARPA funds, but just wanted to understand more about where we are with that, or if we're just going to do it all in the list of items that we have. That's a discrepancy in funding. I'm looking at either city manager or Director Johnson. Doesn't really matter.
So certainly, as we have conversations about, different things, I would point the council to the follow-up information that was sent out by the Budget Management Services Department that provided a detail of total allocations from, I believe it was 2018 to present, along with total spend over that same period of time. What they revealed was there's an active contract that has existing funding on it. The new initiative that was proposed by the department was to make that funding with what is currently left over after we get to June 30th, which we're almost there, based upon the reimbursement requests to have that funding be enough through June 30th of 2025, which is the budget that we're working on. So that's why you see the new money request at 650. I'm a little confused about the mix of ARPA funding and general fund or dedicated housing fund related to the, I'm not certain that the current vendor received ARPA funding for.
I think I meant ERAP probably is what I was talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we haven't considered the ERAP contract as part of what you have what you received. It is only the eviction diversion funding that was in your backup material. Is that correct?
That is correct, Manager Page. So one of the amount that we have recommended is based upon the resources that we have to be able to dedicate to this sustain it over years. One of the things that and I appreciate the request that came in, it wasn't ARPA funds, it actually was general fund dollars outside of community development that went for the 2 years to bring them up to $1 million for those 2 years. But that wasn't with the intention that it stay at that level, because that's not the amount of money that we can sustain to this effort based upon other priorities that we have in the department. So it's 2 components. To get to $1 million, it's 2 different components. One is coming from community development. That's $500,000. We started off at $500,000 and we have an escalator on that. For 2 years during COVID, there was the outside of community development department, there was another $1 million added, $500,000 for each year. It was not COVID. It was not, I'm sorry, it was not ERAP funds. It was not ARPA.
So where did those funds come from? Can y'all just send an email breaking this down so that we don't have to spend time? What I want at the end of the day, and then maybe, and as one council member, I don't actually care where the money came from. As long as it's not federal dollars that is not going to be from ARPA, right? What I don't want is the fact, and I've been in that courthouse many a time. At this point, and I understand that it's not necessarily our job to fund the courts, right? At this point, there's plenty of things that local government is funding that should not be funded by local government. It should be funded by the feds or the states. Here we are. What my concern is, and anyone can go in that courthouse right now, is that we have run with legal aid a program for many years now that the funding has increased over time. And so now there is a service being provided. There's an ecosystem that has been created. There are 3 partners at that table: legal aid, Central Law Clinic, and Duke Law Clinic. Our undocumented folks cannot get served by legal aid. It's not just around eviction diversion. It's around people showing up in the courthouse not knowing where to go. They don't know where to go for their eviction hearing. There's not enough interpretation services in that courthouse. It's a long-standing issue. I understand that that's unfair on the city, but what I'm not going to do is defund unless, and I'm one voice out of 7, defund that
And I hear what y'all are saying, that it was from various buckets of money. So if somebody could provide me a list of where those funds came from so that we have a better understanding. I hear what you're saying, Director Johnson, that you had a certain pot of money coming from your department that has been increased actually, but that isn't the totality of funding that legal aid has received over the last several years. So I'm not going to belabor the point any longer. I would just like more information. Thank you.
Baker.
I second the comments of Councilmember Caballero, in part because, and I have also been in the courtroom, and I know that we're at a time right now where there's still a lot of gentrification displacement. There are a lot of evictions happening. I have heartburn thinking about reducing the capacity to do that. That we will need to be funding something like this forever. But just right now, I would also like more information. And I do have heartburn thinking about that program not having the resources that it needs. I will have more questions after this topic too. Thank you.
If you, I have other questions, but if you want to continue on this line around eviction diversion, is there anything? Because I think.
And just to be clear, what I would like is the total amounts broken up by department. That has gone to legal aid over from, I guess, the inception, which if I'm not mistaken, was 2018 or 2019, where we created the eviction diversion. I would like to see the history of increases that have come from your department and then where other funding was coming. I know that they ran parts of ERAP. I guess my understanding was that an administrative part of that contract, right? We gave them administrative dollars to run it. I thought that was from ERAP. I could be wrong, but that's essentially what I would like. Thank you.
So, let me speak briefly. So what you're asking for was submitted by the budget department last Wednesday. The only part of that that you are talking about here that you don't have is really the ERAP funding that was the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. That was a separate contract. That was not in the follow-up information, but the budget director sent out last Wednesday a follow-up document to council, and it included exactly what is being requested. And it also has by funding source.
So that memo is a follow-up memo to the budget briefings. And so that would have been in the materials you received on Friday for your, for this. You included the 2 presentations and then a follow-up memo. And we can get you another copy if it got missed.
The email come on Wednesday or the email come on Friday?
It came on Friday with all the
Okay, so
stuff.
I'm looking for Christina.
Yeah.
Okay, it's okay.
Yes,
I'm like, I did not receive an email on Wednesday from you. I'm sorry, but Friday, yeah.
Friday, and so
third PDF that was sent.
It was the 2 presentations, and then there was a follow-up memo there as well
Okay,
too. And
thank
the
you.
follow-up memo had many questions answered that had come up in the budget briefings, but one of them was related to the Community Development Department, which has a list of the funding and where it came from.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm gonna look at that, and then if I have more questions, I will be following up. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Johnson. I have some questions about the progress date on Forever Home. So if you go to that slide. First question is, so I know that when we passed the bond in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, I think the timeline was like a 6 or 7 year timeline to 2025, correct? So till 2020.
2025.
4 or 5.
Yeah, 2024. Thank you. It's 2024. The initial was 2024.
So what? And so obviously things sometimes take time. So what is our current target date for the Forever Home Durham for achieving those benchmarks?
So we added an additional 2 years to that to get to 2026.
2026. Okay. Thank you. Second question is, so for the homeownership opportunities created, we talked a lot about the down payment assistance program. And I'm sure you probably saw in the paper today, story in the NNO, Durham is they listed five of the most overpriced markets in the country. I don't know what they mean by overpriced, but essentially our market's been going up rapidly, as we all know. So I appreciate the challenge you have in helping families of limited means become homeowners, right? My question is on the homeownership opportunities created, it shows 90 in the pipeline. And so what does that mean exactly in the pipeline? Is that just an application? And like, what's your estimate of what percentage of those 90 folks in the pipeline will actually be converted to homeowners?
So as I shared, that does not include just DPA, down payment assistance. That also includes the contracts that we have with different nonprofit organizations.
Land
So,
trusts, habitat.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
That also working to create homeownership opportunities as well. So it's not just loans. And so those are, maybe I'm not answering your question.
Yeah. So again, what percentage of that 90 do you expect to become completed in the next 2 years?
You know, I'm going to say optimistic because we've been making progress in all the others, and I want all of them to be completed. But seriously, I think that we will be able to reach the goal. We have some plans ready for the loans, to increase the loans. And we have, for example, we'll be working with General Services to put some more surplus properties out. As you know, that you just approved a dozen, maybe about 2 weeks ago. And so we do plan to work with them to put out surplus. Of course, we have to fund to make that happen, but I'm optimistic that we can reach that goal.
And when the goal for homeownership was 400, and that comes from the original Forever Home
Yes.
plan, right? And I
Yes.
know that when you all revised the DPA with the new higher $80,000 limit for the no interest loan, right?
Mhm.
It meant we probably could serve less people than we
Yes, we
envisioned.
will,
So
yes.
is that 400 goal of homeownership opportunities created, is that still a realistic goal, or does that goal need to be revised based on the changes in the program?
I'm not, so it always going to come down to money, okay, and whether we can reach it. So based upon where we are now and the funding we have, yes, we could adjust it downward, but I'm just believing that also if we produce the loans and the opportunities that we will have the money to be able to, we're not going to turn anybody away for second mortgages. So I'm thinking that we can.
I would appreciate y'all looking at the sort of pipeline and what the demand is for that, and come back with a real, like, what's a realistic goal that we can actually achieve? I think the 400 probably is not realistic given the larger size for the low interest loans. So I'd appreciate y'all thinking about what is a realistic goal that we can look at achieving in the next couple of years. The last question is, I know, and we've talked about this before, there was a small amount of funds, like 5 million or so, for innovation sort of initiatives through Forever Home, including the loans for backyard ADUs, right? And that was still being developed. Is that product now available? Or what's the timeline on developing that? Because we're getting to the end of our period for Forever Home.
Well, actually, we have not, we're still developing that. Actually, we just had meetings on that last week because we're going to revamp how we were thinking about it. What I think is that we will be able to put open up a program within this next period. Will it be loans? We're not quite sure yet. So that's where I do want to be clear and be with everyone.
Could be grants, right?
It could be grants. It could be something where we're working with the financial institution to give a loan loss reserve or something along that line. So I want to be clear that it does not say that it's going to be a loan to Reginald Johnson for me to build an ADU. That might be an option, but I'm not going to guarantee. I can't guarantee.
So can you give us a timeline of when that program will be available? Again, knowing that the clock is ticking on Forever Home. So what's the timeline on having that program ready to go for folks who might be interested in building one in their backyard?
I'd probably say 8 to 10 months.
So early 2025.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Johnson. You guys operate in a very challenging space. Our country chronically underfunds affordable housing, and it's difficult to construct affordable housing using property tax and sales tax. And so I appreciate all of the work that you all do. Just wanted a quick breakdown on the Forever Home, the rental units created and preserved. If you could just very briefly touch on, even if it's general, what level of area median income is being served more or less, from the 1870 and 438. What level of income are we serving there, more or less?
So keep in mind that, and it's a great question, all of the work that we do has to be 80% of the AMI and below. Not one rent and over in terms of household income. If it's working with Habitat for Humanity, usually they're at 60% and below, but they still fluctuate in that area. If it's a tax credit project, it's going to be 60% AMI and below, with some requirements on the number of units that are 30% and below will be thrown in there, but everything has to be 80% AMI and below.
So all of these are 80% AMI and below, and then some of them are down to 30%?
Yes, some are down to 30%.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, and I hear my colleagues' comments about home ownership. Home ownership is important. I also really appreciate keeping rent and rental units abundant and affordable, because that's a stable, low-cost rental units are so important, and a great pipeline for people who may want to one day become homeowners. It's a really important source of housing, and I'm always advocating, especially for whenever and wherever possible, permanent affordable housing, and keeping things permanent. Just recognizing that we're going to need more affordable housing 31 years from now, 40 years from now, than we have today, and that our needs are today. So always advocating for that in whatever capacity, in whatever position we are, to be able to do that and preserve affordable housing. So I appreciate your work.
I have a very broad brush question. In thinking about your budget, having gotten the bond, and now sort of moving through the final stages of completion on that, and for us thinking about funding sources in the future, having this bond dedicated to Forever Home Durham, to affordable housing, was this the best use of dollars? Were you able to do so much more than you would have been able to do otherwise? Were there struggles with it? I'm just sort of asking a broad level question of your experience using bond money and what that's looked like for your department. And you don't have to go into detail, but just sort of your reflections on it quickly.
No, I think that's an excellent question. So there's no question that we would have able to do things that we would not be able to do without the bond. One of the major things is the $58 million that's gap financing for the housing authority, for them to be able to do the conversion to RAD. That's absolutely critical, because what we don't want is having a community that is saddled with a housing authority that's basically outdated and antiquated, and can't make the conversion. We don't want that. And so we as a community have decided that for the least of those, and I know we have conversations about permanent affordability, that's where our permanent affordability lies, is with the housing authority, but wouldn't do us any good if they can't convert. So that's one piece. The second piece is we had this thing called COVID that threw a monkey wrench in all the challenge plans that we had. And so the goal was, can we still stay true to what we intended to do pre-COVID in a post-COVID environment? And I will tell you, as I shared with you before, it was tough. It's very tough. And remember, well, some may not remember, but as we were going into COVID, I said the best thing for us to do is to stay with these projects and be committed to these projects, even though lumber was tripling and quadrupling, in terms of price. It was going to cost us, and it did, but we stayed with it. And we have maintained all of those projects, and we're going to see them in the end, as I mentioned before, Southside. So, but we wouldn't have to create the resources to do that. The third thing I would say is related to our work on homelessness, because what the bond did was allow us to shift work from or financing from a building to another source, i.e. the bond. All right, and we were able to use more of the dedicated housing fund for homelessness. And so that's how we've made the progress that we have. And not only that, it'd be sustained. So it was a good tool. You know, was the tool big enough? You know, when we can have talk about that, but I would rather have had it in doing what we're doing than not having. And, you know, for the future, there's something that we might need to consider in the future. There are limited tools in our toolbox. That's really the bottom line. And as I've shared with HUD, and the manager was there, I think the mayor was there, we've put, you know, as a local community, put our money where our mouth is. We say that affordable housing is important. We've put our dollars behind it as a local community. And yes, we're looking for others to help us in terms of the federal government, sometimes the state, but we are doing the best that we can with our local dollars, which we're most appreciative of to be able to service our community. So that's maybe a little bit more than what you asked for.
No, I think that was a great answer. I mean, I'm hearing sort of from this council and from you that I'm watching our federal funding go down, right? We saw that on the slide, and that's nothing that we have control over. Those grants are just decreasing. And as my colleague, Councilmember Baker stated, we don't live in a society that prioritizes this type of funding. And so it's just great to hear, and I think that was a great answer, those sort of 3 key points where that bond really helped us. And it's something that I came in after, of course, like well after the bond was approved, but I'm really proud of the work y'all have done. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Johnson, to your entire team for really magnificent work over the years. You folk have really been in the vanguard of something that's been transformative for our city, for our state. People are looking at Durham, taking notes off. And I think Forever Home has been a success. It's been a success. You've already very capably talked about the impact of the bond, $95 million of what was really a $160 million. That was just a funding stream. It was more money than the $95 million. I do want to, you know, and you said it, Durham has put its money where its mouth is. As daunting and as challenging and monstrous a task affordable housing, dealing with housing affordability is, it's a good thing every once in a while to remind ourselves that Durham has codified in our tax structure efforts aimed at affordable housing. We tax ourselves for affordable housing, a 2 cents penny for the debt, but 2 cents for affordable housing. That is absolutely groundbreaking. Folk talk about what they want, but when it comes time to pay for it, that's when the conversation gets a little dicey at times. And Durham has agreed as a city, as a municipality, to tax ourselves. The other thing I want to say is with respect to home ownership, it's and I appreciate Councilmember Baker's push for the importance of the rental stock, and I too believe that as well. And the reason why that's important is the home ownership is harder than it, you know, folk pretend that it's not. I'll put it that way. Part of the challenge, and think about those of us who are in here who own homes or rent apartments. What would happen if we lost our jobs? What would happen if our jobs weren't stable? So any push for home ownership through Forever Home, if it's not accompanied by also pushing our shared economic prosperity plan, getting brothers and sisters jobs, getting them income and stable lines of income, that as a corollary to that conversation about, you know, we just can't hand people keys to homes without them having stable income. So the part of the conversation I think that's often is missing, and I'm not, this is an indictment of Durham. I mean, the conversation universally is we talk about housing, but we don't talk about economic empowerment for folk. So in the same breath, when we talk about the importance of home ownership, we've also got to talk about the importance of stable, just like for us, stable income and jobs, and pushing down, doubling down on our city's shared economic prosperity plan, which is supposed to prime the pump for folk. So they can, when we hand them the keys, they won't be handing them back to the bank a year and a half or 2 years later because they don't have stable employment or a good line of income. So yeah, that's, I just want to put that commercial in there as we talk about Forever Home, but it's been, I think, a rousing success. The revenue that we receive from our tax structure will continue. So we will continue to look for projects to fund and do things in this arena. And whatever replaces or whatever the next chapter comes after Forever Home, I know will be as impressive and as impactful as this one has been. But thank you so much for your entire team. And finally, I'll just say, what's really been impressive is the leadership and really what is a paradigm shift for affordable housing in our country. You know, I grew up in an area where, you know, public housing, we knew where the projects were. The projects looked like the projects, and we knew who lived there. We are now in an era where we are having a paradigm shift where you shouldn't be able to tell where the 30% AMI folk and the 80% and 100% AMI folk. That's a paradigm shift. And you folk have been doing a masterful job in helping us usher in that change. It's not easy ushering that change in our city. So I just want to give those kudos and give Durham some kudos, as hard as it gets. And when on our worst days, when we're feeling down about this crisis, to remind ourselves, we tax ourselves for this. Now, what's your city doing? As part of it, you don't have to get like that with them, but you know what I mean? We tax ourselves and codified it in our structure. And I think that's celebratory and worth mentioning. But great job. Forever Home has been a success. I look forward to the next chapter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mayor, if you know, I just want to concur with Mayor Pro Tem's comment. As you remember early on in a presentation that I did before the council that I shared, with all of the work that we do here in community development, there are two areas that have more impact on housing than all of the presentation that we just shared with you. One of those is zoning and planning, and the other is job creation. Those have more impact in all of the work that we do. And so I definitely want to concur. And then one other point I wanted to make to Councilmember Cooks, I do have a fourth one that I shouldn't have mentioned. One, because of the bond and the work that we did going back to number one with the Housing Authority, it created an ecosystem where we were able to provide support to the Housing Authority and create an application where as co-applicants, the city and the Housing Authority, won a CNI grant of $40 million, which only 4 that were awarded in the country. We were one of the 4. Without the bond and the work that went into it to provide the ecosystem, that would not have happened, period. And the Housing Authority would agree with that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Just really quickly, I want to thank your department and you, Director Johnson. You know, as we've stated, a lot of communities just when the housing gets to a point that it's no longer meeting building code, it just goes offline. That is what happens in a lot of cities, especially with their housing authority properties. And that is not the decision that Durham's made. Durham has made a really expensive decision, which is not only are we committed to affordable housing, some of the most expensive real estate is downtown, and we didn't sell that. We have converted it to affordable housing, ensuring that folks have good fare-free buses so that they can get to those higher paying jobs and create a different future for themselves and their families.
One last comment, Mr. Mayor. Director Johnson, thanks again. I just want to echo your comments about the Housing Authority. I am the City Council's liaison to the Durham Housing Authority. After our long meeting yesterday, I went over to a meeting at the Durham Housing Authority. And during that conversation with the board, we discussed the city support, and there was tremendous support on the board for recognizing the importance of the city support for the Housing Authority, which not every community does, right? So I want to thank my council's members here for the support of the Housing Authority, for past councils for supporting that. It's been critical to keeping that source of permanent affordable housing available in Durham. And we're going to do more. And the Choice Neighborhoods Initiative is a huge win for Durham. So thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to echo my colleagues' comments and just sort of tie it together. We've been hearing sort of this thread and we talked about it yesterday. Councilmember Freeman brought it up this morning with small area planning. And we heard it last week when we were talking with Discover Durham, right? It's all of these things are so interconnected. And I talk about this all the time, but affordability is more than just a number. You've heard me say this, I feel like I'm a broken record on it, but it truly is not just about the number that we place on a unit of housing. It is about accessibility to resources. It is about stable commercial nearby, right? And having access to those things that you need, to grocery stores, to small businesses that are providing food, restaurants, other pharmacies, other services, daycares, all of these things are so interconnected. And as we're seeing our prices rise, we're not only seeing people that are displaced from residential housing, but we're seeing, as we heard before, all of these businesses that are being displaced as well. And those things are all just so tied together. And so I'm hearing that thread, and I just want to name it, because when I talk about this affordability, that is what I mean. And I think this board is very united in our interests. And we sort of all come from different pieces of that affordability puzzle, but that is what I think we dream of downtown Durham. Or not downtown Durham, Durham as a whole, and that's what I dream for Durham as a whole. And so I just wanted to name that, and I appreciate you bringing that attention to all of the pieces of that, which make Durham a place that people can actually live and thrive. So thank you.
Well, I hate to bring it back down. I do have a complex question. Considering where we are, have we looked at what potential future may look like with McDougal Terrace and that property potentially coming offline? Because if it does go offline with the housing authority, doesn't that fall in our lap? And I've been talking to Director Scott, and he is hoping the city is going to provide some sense of support, and I just don't know where we are on that.
So excellent question, Mr. Mayor, and I will share with you, those are, I would say, engaged in preliminary discussions. I'm always listening because we're partners with the Housing Authority, but I'm always listening for where the money is supposed to move, in the conversation. So to talk about, one, in terms of they're going to need to take it offline. What offline means is to move people to other places. Remember, this is the largest one. And I only know this not because I'm responsible for the Housing Authority, but we're partners. And one of the things we do share information so I can kind of stay ahead. And so they are looking at possibly applying for another CNI. Is a possibility.
Choice Neighborhood Initiative. Remember, we just got the 40 million. I don't know if I'm premature in mentioning that, but I'll share that. Then in terms of, they do have a complex plan. When I say that they're working with for McDougal, we're going to be partners with the school system. And I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself and saying that, is having discussions with them as well, because of the number of people you're going to impact schools, and schools has property there. There's going to be, I would expect the first thing that we have been having conversations about is Lincoln Apartments, because Lincoln Apartments is part of that. We were involved in that. And that's, at the basic level, it's going to have to come down. Well, that's probably something that they might be very well looking to us to help them to do as they lie on the plan. So we are in communication with that. It has not been finalized in terms of what the plan. There will have to be a plan. And we all know why. I don't know that I need to repeat, all of that, but we're going to have to do something. Right. And I only asked that question, it's almost rhetorical actually, but I don't foresee anything happening with McDougal Terrace without, at the minimum, $50 million. And I know that the Housing Authority can't do it by themselves. I know we can't do it by ourselves. It will take a collaborative effort. And I don't want us to be surprised by that, but it is coming. It is coming, and that's something that we're going to have to figure out as a council how we, because at the end of the day, it may be a HUD property, but they're our residents.
That's right.
Despite what happens over there, and that's going to be one of those hard things to come before the council in the next few years. So make some room for the gray hairs, colleagues. It's coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Are we, Madam Manager?
I see the members of the Community Development Department packing up. This department, I personally spend a lot of time with, because housing of our residents homes for our residents is very, very important to me at all levels. And I thank you all for the work that you do. I know it's difficult work. It's already been said. We say it all the time outside of these walls here, but you all do a really good job in a very hard space. And I want to say thank you.
Colleagues, I'm perfectly fine because I just got here, but are you all good? Keep going, or do you need a break? Like, okay, all right, good.
Good.
All right. Director Smith, it's good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, okay. Okay. Good morning, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of council, Madam Manager, Madam Attorney, city leaders, colleagues, Durham residents who are here or watching online. My name is Ryan Smith, and it is my privilege and my joy, truly my joy, to be the director of your community safety department. I want to acknowledge and thank some leaders in my department who are here with me, Abena Bediako and Lee Mazer, who are our two fabulous clinical managers who are over all of our heart responses and been doing a fantastic job in their over 2 years of service in the department. I also want to thank and say that I'm very proud to be part of our broader public safety team. I want to thank Chief Andrews, Chief Zoldos, Director Beeman, Chief Lockhart, and Durham EMS for their ongoing support, the collaboration that we enjoy that really undergirds the success of our department and everyone who serves on their teams. And most importantly, want to acknowledge all the people who are not here from Durham Community Safety who are out in our streets today and across 7 days a week now citywide, providing compassionate care to neighbors experiencing crisis. So to all the women and men who are a part of HEART, to all of the staff who support them daily, my thanks, and I'm just so proud to be on your team if you are watching this at some point. Does this seem to work? So before diving into the org chart and where we're at with staffing, just for the sake of anyone who is listening who might need a quick refresher, we're still relatively new in 2 years of operation. Just want to remind everyone of the four main programs that make up HEART. That's the main part of what we do. So HEART is four things. We have mental health professionals that we put in the 911 call center. We call that crisis call diversion. We have 3-person response teams that include licensed clinicians, social workers, EMTs, and peer support specialists. They respond in one vehicle and are dispatched through 911 to calls that we used to send law enforcement to, but now we are sending these units instead. The third thing is co-response. Co-response is another in-person response. This is getting to higher acuity calls that may involve a behavioral health crisis, where, for example, someone may have a weapon. It's a suicide threat with a weapon, it's a mental health crisis with a weapon, domestic violence. Those are calls where we put a mental health professional in a vehicle with a Durham police officer who is CIT trained as part of a co-response unit. They're responding dispatch to 911 with other officers. And then the fourth thing that we do is about what happens in the days and month following a 911 call. We call that care navigation. Again, we're employing licensed clinical social workers, peer support specialists. The goal is to meet with someone within 48 hours after an initial 911 call and to work with them for the next 30 days. We're not staffed and we don't see our role as in providing long-term case management, but to identify existing community-based resources or services and help neighbors who have identified needs that they want help to get them there. Those are the four things that we do. This was a big year for us. It was a year of expansion. And I'm very happy to report that in October of this past year, we expanded HEART to serve citywide, 7 days a week, a minimum of 12 hours a day. Currently, so you remember, so this is our 3-year anniversary of department is coming up. Our first year, we had 13 staff. Last year, under our pilot year, we had 20 staff. This year, we were approved to grow to 47. Sitting here today, we have 4 vacancies out of those 47. That reflects a lot of tremendous work, especially, again, I want to recognize Abena and Lee for their outstanding leadership leading a lot of that hiring. So we have 4 vacancies. And I think we have a decent shot of being fully staffed by the end of this year. We have 1 offer already out, 3 others who are going to be receiving offers soon. but certainly we're on the path towards full staffing and have made a lot of progress this year, sitting at 43 out of 47 FTEs. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go into some performance measures. Again, up here you will see some abbreviations. CCD is, again, crisis call diversion. COR is co-response. CRT, community response teams. And CN, and this is all on the slide, is care navigation. So the first slide on the left is about the number of total responses for our three programs that I consider first response programs: crisis call diversion, co-response, and CRT. Last fiscal year, we were just under 5,000 responses in our pilot year. As we have expanded, we're on track to be a little under 10,000 responses. All the data you're going to see, probably similar to other presentations, is through March, the kind of current, but we will be close to 10,000 responses this year. I think the difference from that and the target line this year is really, it's taken us a little bit longer than we anticipated and planning to fully fill our positions, but we're close and I think making good progress. You can see that that line goes up significantly next year. That goes up not because we're getting new staff for HART, it goes up, and that reflects the benefit of full staffing for a full year, in which we estimate at full staffing for a full year that we will get to over 15,000 responses next year. And I feel confident that we will be close and maintain full staffing for next year based on where we're at. The second slide is about whereas the one on the left is total responses, the one on the right is only looking at resident-initiated 911 calls. And this is looking at every call that is eligible for HART, citywide, 24/7, and what % of those calls we get to. So we're obviously not operating 24/7. Last year, we were getting to a little over 15% of all HART-eligible calls. This year, we estimate, based on where we're at in March, that we'll get to roughly a third of all resident-initiated 911 calls that are eligible for a HART response. And with the staffing that we will maintain, at full staffing, that we will get to over half of all of those calls next year. Next slide. So this is a snapshot of one of our programs, community response teams. It tends to get the most attention. This shows you kind of going all the way back to the beginning of when we launched 2 years ago, and the number of responses every month. And you can see, so in October, towards the end of October is when we went citywide. You can see at that point the increase, and you can see kind of a stair-step increase that reflects continued onboarding in academies and adding new units. So that when we started 2 years ago, we were under 100 calls in our first month. We're now consistently at about 700 calls for our community response teams that they're responding to across the city every month. Our response time, something that we pay a lot of attention to. When we started, we thought about measuring our standard against a mobile crisis team, which was the closest thing that existed prior to us that was this kind of work. The state standard for mobile crisis is about 2 hours. We set an ambitious goal of 30 minutes. Last year, when we were operating in a third of the city, we were getting calls in under 10 minutes. This year, we have seen a slight uptick in our response time, going to about 11 to 12 minutes to get to a scene. Again, our calls are usually, especially for community response teams, priority 3. They're not lights and sirens. If we look at national standards and benchmarking ourselves against other cities that are doing this, we enjoy one of the best response times for this kind of work in the country. We've lowered our target from 30 down to 15 minutes this year. We're consistently under that, and we'll continue as we are at full staffing to work to bring that response time down even further. We also have on here the number of police hours we save. This is looking at only crisis call diversion and community response team, because co-response in and of itself is not saving law enforcement time, but community response teams and crisis call diversion do. Last year, we saved law enforcement, freed up time for officers to be available for other calls where we need them most, 2,000 hours. This year, that will be up to close to 5,000 hours of time that we can save law enforcement to be available to take the next call. Next slide, please. So this is about care navigation. So the previous slides have been really focused on our in-person responses. Care navigation is, again, follow-up care and what happens in the month following. You can see last year we worked with about 500 neighbors. In March, we had passed that, and we will be over 700 neighbors that are being supported through care navigation, through this 30 days of follow-up care. We also anticipate that will continue to increase last year. This has grown slower in terms of number of neighbors because it was some of the last positions that we were bringing on board over the course of this fiscal year. If you look to the right, this is about how quickly we connect. Again, in our we set an initial goal of 48 hours. Last year, we were not meeting that. The additional staffing has helped us, and as we've gotten better at this work, get closer to our goal. We're just slightly over it, of making sure that we can connect to someone who is identified by a first responder as needing ongoing support from care navigation, and making that connection within 2 days. And we'll continue to work on bringing that number down. These next two are about safety. I think it's something that we continue to pay a lot of attention to, and we continue to enjoy a very strong track record of safety in this work. So the chart on the left is about the percent of times that our responders are in the field and they need to radio for emergent police backup for their own safety. We set a goal initially of this happening no more than 3% of the time. It has consistently been less than 1% of the time that that has happened. And we maintain that even as we have scaled this work. And I want to acknowledge my appreciation of knowing that when that does happen, that we know that law enforcement is going to be there and have our back. And I'm grateful for that. It is a rare thing, but it is certainly a source of comfort and support that we need in those moments. I would say even in spite of having to radio for emergent police backup on rare occasions, none of our responders have ever been injured. If you look at the graph on the right, one of the ways that we care about safety and think about it is we ask our responders after every single call, as part of the data that they are collecting, did you feel safe on this call? And our responders report feeling safe on the calls that they are being dispatched to on over 99% of the time. So again, these are both indicators of, I think, that the careful planning we did about drawing the right boundaries around which calls are eligible for community response and co-response, that we drew those boundaries well, and it's reflective of a strong track record of safety and of our staff feeling safe. This slide is really about the work that we are doing to support a broader national movement and work across our state. I'm proud to be a part of a department in a city that is in many ways, not just in community safety, helping support other communities and doing things for the first time, and it is true of this work. And this year alone, we have hosted site visits from cities across the country, including Seattle, that has come here twice and flown staff here. We have supported cities across North Carolina, including working more closely recently with the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services and informing their RFP that they put out to communities to support new crisis response programs that was modeled after HART. We have been to Raleigh and participated in their workshops. We have supported Fayetteville in their development of a new office. We attend national conferences in which we're invited to present about this work. I've attended conferences with Chief Andrews where we talk to other law enforcement leaders about this work. And I name that as it takes time. It is part of our commitment to be very transparent about what we're learning to support something that is still new and being part of a broader community that is committed to this work and learning from one another. Next slide. Our budget next year, I'll just start with personnel services, grows by 18%. This 18% is not reflective of new staff. It is reflective of the annualized cost of the new positions that were created fiscal year that we're currently in. When those positions were created, they were budgeted, understanding that we would not fill all of those positions right away. And so they were budgeted at a reasonable rate of when we might be able to onboard and hire. This year, it's the full cost that is showing up that is reflective of approximately 18% change. Personnel or the operating cost, I will talk about in the next slide what is leading to that 13% increase. It includes things like Office of Survivor Care and other things. One thing I want to note about operating costs that sometimes people don't realize is they look at that and they think that's the full cost of HART. It is not. Over 1.5 million of that dollars goes to programs outside of the city that are supported and that we are managing contracts for. That includes Bull City United and Project Build. That includes work that Legal Aid is doing with the DEER program. That includes programs that the District Attorney's Office is managing. Those are important things that the city invests in that show up in our operating costs. So about 1.5% of our operating budget is not reflective of the cost of running HART. Next slide. So big picture budget highlights. The current proposal brought forward by the manager will maintain staffing levels. And I think that we will be at or near full staffing next year. So we'll maintain citywide service 7 days a week, minimum of 12 hours a day. Some of our programs operate 15 hours a day. And we anticipate that as all 4 programs are operating at full capacity, that we will respond to about 16% of calls, that within our hours of operation, we'll be able to get to about 80% of those calls. I say 80% because with the units that we currently have, when calls stack in an hour, it may be that a call is eligible for community response teams is in our hours of operation, but our units are tied up in other calls. It is the benefit and beauty of being integrated into 911 and of the collaboration, and that we know that when we're not able to be there, 911, our telecommunicators are going to recommend without delay, without skipping a beat, without a call being missed, the next most appropriate response, which for all our calls is going to be law enforcement. I said I would talk about the things that drive the kind of increase in the operating budget. You see them listed here. So in our first year of operation as a pilot department, we were contracting with EMS to have them basically loan us EMTs that we were paying for, but they were Durham County employees who worked in our units. The goal was to move toward hiring our own EMTs. We reached that this year. We worked with, got approval from the state to hire our own EMTs, but there is a small cost of about $25,000 that is paying for part of the medical director's time to provide medical direction and quality assurance for our EMTs. The Office of Survivor Care, the manager's budget recommends $220,000, which reflects the cost recommended by the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. This will begin a pilot for the Office of Survivor Care. We have a lot of work to do to plan that, and we are going to proceed with that pilot like we have proceeded with everything else in our department. We will be taking the next at least 6 months to do a lot of careful planning, to build on the work that we have inherited from the task force, to continue to work with partners to think about what the functionality of that office is, what staffing should be supported by it, and then over the course of next fiscal year to launch a pilot and to be able to report back on the promise of that work and the limitations. We have I want to thank the police department again, and I want to specifically call out Keisha Preston. We have a great relationship on seeking grant funds through DPD. They have staffing to support that. They have been very generous with that time. As you all know, we've gotten some federal grants to support this work. One of them is coming into its final year through the Bureau of Justice and Administration, and it supports 3 clinicians for co-response and for CCD. Each of those years has an escalating cash match, and that cash match is reflected as part of an increase in our operating budget this year. The DEAR program so we're continuing funding for all the programs at the same level that they were funded last year. So the same level for Bull City United and Project Build, $245,000 for one-time funding to continue the DEAR program at the same level it was funded last year. Same level of funding for adding additional staffing to the DA's office so that they can more quickly process cases in certain areas. Those things continue. And then there is about $77,000 in new operating to replace public safety radios. So when our department was created, I'm appreciative that we were able to use old public safety radios that law enforcement were no longer using. They had upgraded their radios, they kept them, but those radios that have now been no longer used by law enforcement for a couple of years that we have been using, you have to get used replacement parts to fix them. They break. We're on a path of kind of getting all of our responders up to speed with the same type of equipment that will have increasing operational, and it will benefit our responders in increasing ways and give us access as programs are updated that we don't lose the ability to communicate with other first responders. So it's a really important cost. It doesn't get new radios for all of our departments, but we're working with some existing dollars this year to hopefully get all the way there. That's the budget highlights, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Cook.
This might be a question for the manager. I'm not sure, maybe you can answer it too, but I'm just wondering how the Office of Survivor Care pilot got couched in community safety. I'm just wondering what the calculus was behind that.
So certainly, it is always our responsibility to, when funding is provided, a new program, new employees, we try to determine a best fit. It may not always be a perfect fit, but it's going to be a best fit for us. In this particular case, the Safety and Wellness Task Force recommended that the Community Safety Department pilot the program, and we took that recommendation.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that goal-wise it fits. I'm interested because it feels different than many of the other tasks that y'all do and like your staff specialties. So I was just curious about it, but overall, I think that's my only question. I just want to say thank you for that. It was a great presentation. I thought that the measurable outcomes that you selected were, I think it just really created a great holistic picture. We talk a lot about community safety and certainly we would love to have sort of like a one answer to public safety, right? I mean, we know that this is a concern for citizens. It's a concern for many of us very personally. And it's a difficult piece of the puzzle because it, like affordable housing, has a million different things that go into it. We don't just have one answer that's going to make Durham safer. But I see that we are having response teams that are doing crisis call diversion, which is an incredible first step. And then I also see that you put in here hours saved from our police that free them up to go to do other higher, I can't remember the term that you used for higher acuity calls. Okay, yes, and that's a huge jump, 5,000 extra hours, and we've been talking a lot about staffing, and certainly there's a push for increase to police wages as one of the ways to deal with that, but also just literally freeing up hours for our officers to be able to do other things is an incredible resource that this is providing our city. And just the fact that the responders are feeling safe in the situations in which they're responding. I think that was just an awesome presentation. And I like to see that we can think about community safety from these different viewpoints, and that we have a program here that is really like measurably addressing those community needs. And I remember my very first day of training, and Director Bo Ferguson told me that one of the great parts about HEART, and I saw our Chief Andrews in the audience sort of nodding behind you as you were talking about some of these things, but that our police and our social workers have the opportunity to work together and learn from each other. And then what we end up with is a overall better trained people get information from different sources that they wouldn't get information from otherwise. And so we end up with a more holistic training for all of our staff people doing emergency response. And I just think that it's a great program. So I appreciate your work. And that's all. Just excited to see this program continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Smith. Wonderful presentation. Want to thank you for the work your department does, for the impact you've had in such a short time in the city of Durham. But I also want to thank you personally for your leadership of this work. I know the department's only, 3 years old, but you've created a model department with your strategic leadership, your focus on data-driven sort of progress and data-driven sort of approach to things, your collaborative work with other folks in the city, and this commitment to like continuous learning, all model stuff. And I want to thank you for that personally. We're lucky to have you in Durham. Just want to thank you for everything. And I've enjoyed visiting with your team as well. It's been a pleasure.
Well, I appreciate that, but those kind of things are also awkward to receive, aren't they? So thank you. I humbly received that, but I also just want to say, enormous. Like I'm just I'm the smallest piece of it. I'm the smallest piece of it. Like if it weren't for all the people I named and so many others, we wouldn't be talking about any of this. And it was just nothing. So it's a tremendous leadership team that I have. It's tremendous support that I have from other leaders in public safety, from Bo and others. So thank you. I appreciate that. I'll take it.
That is like 100% the Ryan response. I could have told you verbatim he was going to say that.
Thank you. Good to see you, Director Smith. Just thanks for the presentation. I want to both shout out your department and City Manager Page, because this was one of the things that you, as a brand new city manager at the time, with long history in city government, one of the best decisions. This was a lot of your decision making. And I have been in conferences where I've seen other cities make different decisions of where they're going to situate their community safety department, where it's housed, how folks work together. And some of those very initial decisions that you made with your team is why we're here today. And I think that this is probably, we consistently punch above our weight as a city. We were just discussing our affordable housing work, and that team goes all over the country. Same with this team, all over the country in conferences, teaching other cities who sometimes have 3 times the budget that we do, how to do this work, how to organize the work. And it's definitely one of the most proud things that I've experienced as a council member, the amount of just deep respect that we get from this work in particular. And I think that there's been a lot of pitting in communities around how you approach community safety. And we have found a really nuanced way that I think holds lots of different views and different approaches. And I think is an example that it can be done. I think it takes nuance and patience and a lot of listening. I actually appreciate former Mayor Schul. He would say this a lot. You want the right response when you call 911. That is what you expect as a resident, and that is our job to deliver. Sometimes it's going to be a police officer, and sometimes it's going to be a social worker or a mental health worker. And this is the work that gets us there, that when you call 911, which is often one of the scariest moments, hardest moments you're facing as a person, that the delivery on the other side is going to be what you need. It is not going to be something that you feel threatened by, and it's going to meet that need and that emergency. And I think we are very much achieving that. And so to Manager Page's vision, to your department's vision, the collaboration with our police department is just, it's really incredible work. So thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to say one thing about that. And I said this to Manager Page in an email, but if it's okay with you, I'm going to say it again, that you are absolutely right. One of the things that makes a great leader is, are they setting up others to flourish and the work to flourish? And Manager Page made some decisions that are pretty rare when I look at the field of alternative response. I think creating a new public safety department has served us well, but I want to talk about another piece of it that was just in the news recently that got my attention, and that was supporting growing this work internal to the city and not outsourcing it. The most common model for alternative response work is for that work to be contracted out to other third-party vendors and behavioral health providers. And there's obvious reasons for that. But one of the cities that started the same time as us, well, actually in Harris County, Texas, they have a program also called HART, without the E, H-A-R-T. And their model has been, in this more traditional model, outsourced to a third-party vendor. News just broke that their commissioners are, there's going to be an extreme disruption to that program, where it is being discontinued right now because of a challenge with the vendor. That vendor held all the staff, held all the knowledge and capacity for how to do the work. And now you have a critical service that is being disrupted. And as I said in I think a text message to Bo, I said, I'm so glad that we developed this internally, because you could just fire me and the cart continues, right? If we have a problem like that, I just think it shows it is setting the conditions for something like this to give it the best chance to flourish. And for that, in many other ways, and I've said it to Manager Page directly, so this is not brown nosing. I appreciate it. Thank you, Manager Page.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So good to see you, and so excited to hear just the progress of this department. This is such a Durham thing, and if any city in the country is going to have something like this codified in its own department, it would be Durham. So I want to thank you for your leadership. Heart with no E. That's like polo with 2 L's, which I used to wear, by the way. I want to say that this is something that we should be extremely proud of. There are some things that are just good ideas and they're self-justifying, and you don't really need the data for them. As a government, I like the idea of having a government that has diverse tools in its toolbox that we can deploy. And I think sometimes in our public square, we've been done a disservice by folk who have wanted to put this in contrast to police, that HART is somehow replacing police. And that has never been the case in our city, in Durham. If the call comes in, shots fired, we're not sending social workers to a shots fired call. That's just not going to happen. So they've always had different missions, but not antagonistic, but correlating and complementary. And I just love the way that you and Chief Andrews have worked together. As I was saying, you know, there's some things that don't need data. For example, I don't know, we will never know how many lives have been saved because a heart team went as opposed to police. How do we document that? Because for some folk, the animating proposition for interventions like this is that here's the logic. If you have people without guns in a situation, it is more likely that the outcome will not be death or injury. That's kind of an animating proposition. So if you take the guns out, there's more likely, you know, survival rate, more likely that folk will not be injured. But this police department, the Durham Police Department, does not have a history of murdering mentally ill people. That is not our history of our department. We've had our issues, yes, but that is not the history. Like, there are some other departments around this country that have had those problems. And I think sometimes in Durham, what we've done is we've taken a composite of the worst cases of policing nationally, and then come to Durham and said, okay, make policy based upon this composite, as opposed to what are the actual facts and data on the ground. I'm a Durham elected official. I'm not a national elected official. And what I think you've done, Ryan, and along with Chief Andrews, is cut through the noise and cut through the political kind of haze, just done the work with your heads down based upon the data and facts on the ground in Durham. It doesn't matter to me if we can document or not that, well, if the police had gone, this person would have died. But because heart team was there, this person lived. I don't need that data. It's just a good freaking idea. It's a humane idea. It's an appropriate tool to have in our toolbox as a government that has a heart, if you will, and the ability to respond to many different circumstances. I don't know anybody who's against the heart program anywhere in the city, because it's just the right thing to do. I have a family member, a special needs family member, a nephew, who has benefited from the heart team. And I know that in many instances, in different cities with different police departments, the outcome could have been very different. So I want to say personally, as a resident of the city who has a family member that has had multiple interactions with the heart team, thank you. And thank you to Manager Page and to my colleagues who made this program possible, who put this tool in our toolbox. This is not a scientific statement. I'm going to be a little presumptuous. There's probably nobody on this dais, by virtue of experience and age, that has been up against a police car more than me on this dais. I have no scientific, I don't want to disrespect anybody's gangster, but my suspicion is that that's probably the case. So I understand the importance of having a humane response and being able to send different folk in different situations. There's nothing that I think we should be more proud of as a council, having this program, this initiative. But we also have to remain vigilant against those who would try and politicize it, who would try and suggest that it's either or, because we've demonstrated that it is not. And I'm just so thankful for the corridor, the sacred corridor that you and the chief and the other chiefs from our public responders have created and done the work and made us a better city. You have saved lives, I believe. And if you haven't saved them, you certainly made them better by the interactions that they've had with this government. So every time I see a van drive by, I just smile and I thank God that I live in Durham and that we have this kind of city. Finally, you didn't say what your bird name is. It was so cool. I was kind of jealous when I did my ride along. Everybody's got these cool. I asked to be called pterodactyl. I guess that's just still pending. If that one is
under
taken.
consideration. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You can get back to me on that. But thank you so much for wonderful work, and I look forward to the day when this is 24/7 all over our city. So thank you, and thank you, Madam Manager.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Here, that's my bird name. I just want to say too that I think of the things that set us apart, certainly one of the things that stands out is I don't know of another city in the country that's doing this work that has the level of collaboration that we have across public safety, but especially between the police department and community safety. And that's certainly a credit to many things, but it's a credit to the leadership of Chief Andrews. So.
Thank you. I would like to just, before Manager Page give her comments, I don't know if you remember this, Manager Page, but you actually had come to my restaurant one Sunday for brunch years ago. I was not an elected official. I had no interest in dealing with you people who are elected officials. And you came in the restaurant with your family, and I walked over to the table and I was like, "Hey, Manager Page, how you doing?" And folks, she stepped away, and we were just talking. I was like, "How's the city going?" And she was the new manager. And as a resident, I was like, "So what's going on with this public safety thing?" And she, with the most confidence and pride, said, "Oh, I got something coming. I can't talk about it yet, but I got something coming." And she didn't give me details, but she said, "We're about to evolve how we do public safety. And nobody is doing it like we're about to do it." And I didn't know what the heck she was talking about, but it gave me so much pride and just confidence in our city. And what she was referring to was the fact that she was about to make a decision to create this department as one of her first major acts as manager. And I did not know that I was eventually going to sit on this council and ultimately be mayor and enjoy the benefits of that decision and the risk that she took. So, Madam Manager, I just want to appreciate you, because even when there's no audience, you are standing on business. And I appreciate that. That is what you call integrity, and just fidelity to this work. And it starts there, and it lives with the people who are doing it every day. So I appreciate you all. This council, we don't see eye to eye across the landscape of public safety, but one thing for sure is we see eye to eye on this. And I will I'll go up against anybody any day to just challenge the support of ensuring that Durham creates the most progressive public safety apparatus in this country. I think we're doing it right. And a lot of it is because of who we have and the commitment that you all have to this work. I have been on the other end of this, calling on you all, calling 911. And I've seen how professional you are. I really appreciate it. And Director Smith, I appreciate, not a lot of people talk about this, but you have people come into City Hall and they will try and dictate the operations of the city by way of political groups. People that have their talking points, they'll say, pay our workers a fair wage, get rid of ShotSpotter, give us a ceasefire resolution, all those things. It is, and that's advocacy. That's what people are supposed to do. But the way that it's like water on a duck's back. You stay so focused. And Chief Andrews, the way that the community, through their interest or whatever, try to pit you all against each other in a sense, the way that you all are lock in step. I've introduced the two of you all at the North Carolina Leadership Forum, and I had to, colleagues, I was at our last budget retreat while I was late, was able to introduce them, and it just felt so good to stand up in front of a room of leaders across this entire state and say, this is Durham, and to see our public safety director and our chief of police standing there together to talk about work that some folks can't even imagine yet. So I'm really appreciative of the work you all are doing, and I look forward to continuing to support you and providing more resources and tools to support you in this work. And I will try my best to push back on anyone who tries to politicize your work. We're going to be honest about this, and no one group put me here, so I'll say whatever the hell I want to say, and I'll always speak that truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem earlier for allowing me to have a few moments after each one of these presentations. It is one of the really core responsibilities of a city manager to appoint leaders in the organization. Obviously, large organizations, the city manager can't appoint everyone. So there's a delegation of that responsibility in many spaces, but appointing the deputy city managers, assistant city managers, department directors is where a city manager gets pretty closely involved in those elections. And I wanted to say, as Director Smith and his team heads out or stays around and listens, that Director Smith was the first department director that I had the opportunity to appoint as Durham's city manager. And I am very proud that that was first and really, really good. And he's proven that over the past 3 years plus that I've served in this position. This team, I see pretty much every day. I see them as I come into the building. They've just moved in some new space, sort of some innovative space to be able to serve our residents and support each other in very important function that they perform every single day and night. I want to thank you for your just dedicated day in and day out service to this community. As I said about housing and housing our residents, providing them appropriate shelter, protecting our residents in the community that need it most at very, very critical times is something that I am proud of the role that we play in that space. And I thank you to your team for doing it every day.
Thank you, Madam Manager.
All right, thank you. And Ryan, just one more nugget. You, Manager Page, you just have such a great team in the city. I remember, Ryan, you played a very significant role with Mayor Scholl during the pandemic. I didn't know your role, but it was like wherever I saw Mayor Scholl, I saw you. And, so just Manager Page, keeping you around and putting a huge responsibility under you, it says a lot about the team we have working in this city.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's take a brief break. We'll come back at 1 p.m. No, let's come back at let's come back at 11:35. Yep. All right, if I can get council and participants, we can go ahead and get our plates so we can come back and have a working lunch. Thanks. We'll go ahead and get started. Madam Chief.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good late morning to you. I will be presenting the police department's budget. First, I want to recognize online we have Sean Huey. He is our fiscal services manager. And then behind me, I've got Deputy Chief Melissa Bishop. You remember her from her presentation last week. And then Assistant Chief David Anthony, and they are over administrative services. Next, please. Thank you. So as in previous presentations, you'll see this is our organizational chart for the department for FY25. We have currently 677 FTEs. This includes sworn and non-sworn FTEs. One thing to note that's a little bit different, separated out just a bit on our chart, is that we have positions for 3 Connect and Protect Grant clinicians, FTEs, and then the 2 Governor's Crime Commission grant FTEs. It's a clinician and an EMT for community safety. And these are separate simply because while they are under and technically under the purview of community safety, so that's Director Smith's team, we have them with us because we act as the fiduciary for those grants. You heard Director Smith talk a little bit about the work that Ms. Preston had been doing. Next, please. Thank you. So our performance measures, each year we report out on various performance measures, and what you have before you are one by fiscal year. So we have our violent crimes, and then on the right-hand side, we have our aggravated assaults. The graph on the left, which is our violent crime, it shows the number of violent crimes per 100,000 through the 3rd quarter, again, fiscal quarter. So year to date, or at least as of the printing of this, we are at 457 violent crimes per 100,000 people. We're estimating to end the year in FY24 at 610. Our target is 700 generally. And that's measured on a national basis. Over the period of years for our violent crime, we have seen, it's kind of ebb and flowed. So in FY19, we were at 773. FY20, we really were only higher by 2. And then fast forward to now, FY23, we were at 612. And we'll have FY24 information shortly. So the 457 offenses that you see per 100,000 population for July 23rd through March 24th, it represents an overall 0.2% decrease from the same period last year. We did not adjust for population as in violent crimes. The robbery offenses were not adjusted for population, but they were up about 1.6%, which we can attribute to some robbery trends that we talked about last week that we saw. And also our aggravated assault offenses were up 3.4%, 851 to 880. So, and I think we all would agree that was probably along the lines of what we were thinking. We've seen just increase in shootings, any kind of crime that utilizes a weapon is our aggravated assault. So on the right, we want you to get a picture of what does that look like by district. So each one, we have 5 districts, the Durham Police Department. The city is broken up into 5 response districts. And our larger districts are District 2, 3, and 4. And then our smallest district in geographic space is District 5. But we've kind of broken it down for you, color-coded it by year so that you can actually see how it compares, bless you, year to year. Next, please. Thank you. Continuing with our performance measures, we always want to report out and discuss our violent crime rate. So again, our fiscal year through 3rd quarter, the left-hand side represents our violent crime clearance rate. And then on the right-hand side, it's by quarter. It's our violent crime clearance rate by quarter. And so as it shows, we currently stand at about a 33% clearance rate overall for our violent crime. We are estimated to end the year at 34%. We have a target of 33%, which is close to where we were last year. So we want to end the year with a higher clearance rate. We talked about clearance rates and really what does that mean? That means it's the number of cases that are being cleared by a certain disposition. The violent crimes clearance rates, as you'll see, they are affected by a number of things. We've talked about before victim witness cooperation, whether or not our violent crime was either a homicide or an aggravated assault. That does play a factor. So, and I'll just add, when we have a homicide, we have someone that obviously is the victim of the homicide. He or she, they are most likely will have some evidence on them that we can retrieve data from, or we can retrieve some sort of forensic evidence from, which gives us a higher likelihood of being able to identify an offender and eventually clear the case by arrest. So recently, we had, actually, it was within the last year, 2 years, we had Dr. Cook from Wilson Center. We like to refresh basically our studies on how we respond to incidents of aggravated assaults and violent crimes. I think it's very vital data to have. It's about time for him to come in, if he will, and do just another study. But we want to look at how our solvability is affected by what type of crime occurs, and also by our actions and how we are investigating those cases. Next, please. All right, so this performance measure talks about our average response time to all priority 1 calls. So again, think lights and sirens. And then on the right-hand side, we have the response time by district. Again, it's color-coded. And our goal, as you've heard previously, has been to ensure that we have an average response time of 5.8 minutes or less to all priority 1 calls. We've talked about before that we are averaging about 6.6 minutes to priority 1 calls. And so we are not obviously hitting that target. And so just to give you a picture, in FY19, our response time to priority calls was 5.97 minutes, right? That was our average response time. Now we are at 6.55 minutes response time.
Chief, is that benchmark, is that like a national sort of benchmark? Where does that benchmark come from?
Yes, correct. That is a national benchmark for response. And so if you look District 3, and again, if we look at geographic land size, District 2, District 3, and District 4 are very comparable in land size. Population, they are more, so District 4 is you're more densely populated. District 3 has the longest response time, and that could be for a number of reasons. That could be, type of calls, the location of calls. That could be, what else was happening in the city at that time, where were officers located, even though we have an AVL system, which is the automatic vehicle locators that dispatches the closest officer to any call. So there's a lot that goes into that. But what you're seeing is just an overall trend for staffing, reflected in staffing, and then just the increase in population growth. Next, please. Thank you. All right, so here's our average sworn vacancy rate. And so our goal for this particular measure is to have a monthly average sworn vacancy rate of 14% or lower. We would love to have that. We'd love to see 14%. Through the 3rd quarter, we have averaged a sworn vacancy rate of 23.5%, and we're estimated to be 24%. We are most likely going to be higher, a little bit higher by the end. We've got some retirements coming up. We've had some letters of resignations that have come in within the last 2 weeks. So again, if we want to take a snapshot, by fiscal year. So if we go back and look at 2019, we were 2.8% vacancy rate. And then you'll actually start to see a trend with the biggest leap really being could be measured between FY20, where we were at 4.8%. And then FY21, we made a kind of a significant jump to 10.8%. And now we are in the 20s now. All right, so everyone's favorite, the resource allocation table. You've seen this many, many times already. So we have two tables. The first one here actually represents our kind of the general fund, right? The second one that you'll see in just a little bit will be our table that represents all of our grant allocations. So there's some major difference. There's some differences I'll point out for you in this particular table. So our personnel services, that shows a 3.6% increase. So this is about $2.5 million or so increase, and that's due to our annual merit increases for our staff, and then coupled with our traditional benefits. Our operating shows a 1.7% increase, and that's due to just add to base increases for leases. We have facility leases throughout the city for substations. Our taser contract, so we've had to, taser has our current tasers are now becoming obsolete, and now we are having to move to new tasers to replace those. And then our polygraph services contract that we utilize for our recruiting, our hiring, but also if we have officers that are being investigated, there have been times that we've actually had polygraphs being done for officers being investigated. And then an 11.9% increase in our program revenues. And so this is about $6,500. And that's expected increases for vehicle towing. So when we have vehicles that are towed, that need to be towed. Okay, next one, please. Thank you. So here's our grant table, I like to say. So we have a 10.4% increase in personnel services related to the increased overtime costs for our task force teams. So our task force, our federal task force. So we have Durham police officers that are Durham officers, but they're cross-sworn federally. And so they work with, we have marshals, task force officers, DEA, ATF, FBI. We have some other officers that are Joint Terrorism Task Force. So we have a very wide variety of partnerships federally, which we leverage often. And the increase, I will tell you, is from a lot of the work that they have been doing around some of our most violent offenders here in Durham in the last year, 2 years. We have been very purposeful about identifying those folks who have been committing violent crimes and remain on our streets. And we've actually asked our federal partners to step in and assist us in removing them from our community. And so that takes a lot of extra hours and time for our task force staff. And so we've been seeing that it has been fruitful. There's also a 7.1% increase in our operating as a result of our additions to our Blue Benevolence, our 2025 Blue Benevolence Fund, to the tune of about $75,000. So my predecessor began a fund, worked with city leadership at that time to start a fund called Blue Benevolence. This allows our community members to be able to make contributions to the police department and earmark where they want those dollars to go. So for example, our community services, they utilize a lot of the Blue Benevolence funding for programming for our kids that we serve in various communities. And it helps us kind of, so we're not having to pull money and ask for make more requests on our budget. And then the 2024 Bulletproof Vest Grant, that was about $20,000. So we have we have to replace bulletproof vests for officers and members of our selective enforcement team. Their vests are very specialized compared to vests that our patrol officers and other officers wear. So in an effort to maybe soften the amount of money on the general budget, we sought out grants in order to be able to absorb some of that those pricey items that are needed by staff. And then there's an increase in our FTEs, and again, that was the addition from the grants that I just talked about in the very beginning. That was the Connect and Protect clinician positions, and then the addition of the 2 Governor's Crime Commission positions. Okay. All right. I love always talking about significant initiatives, and these are just highlights. It certainly isn't everything that we've done, this year. So really excited about our therapy canine, Siren, and we actually competed for her. Canine Responder Academy took applications, and we had interviews with them because we know that we want to have a therapy canine program, and we were selected out of several law enforcement agencies in the area. And so she joined us about 2 weeks ago, and she's going to be offering support to all of our staff, as well as city staff and our victims of crime. And so she has and we'll also use her in recruiting capacity as well. She is an 8-month-old chocolate lab, and she's got to be the sweetest thing besides my dog. So we will be relying on her heavily. Her secondary handler is Jen Hinchy. She's with our victim services unit. And so we will be utilizing her for our victims and family members. Our 30 by 30 initiative.
When do we meet her?
Oh, yeah, we can bring her whenever you all want to meet her.
Could she be
anytime.
counsel therapy talk as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. She will hang out. She can hang out with y'all for sure. Should have brought her today. 30 by 30 initiative. So this is something that was brought forward by now Captain Ronelle Hinton when she was in recruiting and in the recruiting unit. It's simply a pledge by the Durham Police Department that we'll grow our women within law enforcement staff by 30% in by the year 2030. So right now we have 17% women in our department, and we actually are above what national average is. So we're very proud of that. Our CTI program, so our civilian traffic investigators, this is kind of this is our new kid on the block. This was something that Director Smith and asked me if I would be interested in kind of coming aboard with this. And really, this is the first time I did a lot of advocating in legislature for this program that will employ non-sworn staff, civilians, and they will be trained to go out and take traffic crashes. So anything in a parking lot or a PVA, and any crashes that occur on a local street within the city. And so there's a couple caveats is that one, the CTI program must be housed under the police department. And that is according to the House Bill. House Bill, was it 140? They allowed for CTI to move forward, but they put some restraints on it. You could not reclassify positions, so I couldn't take a sworn position and convert it to a non-sworn position. And it had to be housed within the police department. And so we've done that. What we did was we froze 2 of our 2 current vacant non-sworn positions. And that was the reclassification that we're currently doing to move them over to our civilian traffic investigator team. They will we'll start hiring in July for those positions. They will go through a a training process. We have curriculum that was designed by the state. And then they will ride along. They will demonstrate proficiency with being able to take crashes. The only crashes they will take are non-injury. So once someone yells my neck and my back, that means it's a PI wreck, and ambulance is coming, and no longer will they be able to take that act. So we'd like to, Director Smith and I have had a lot of conversations about these, what eventually their role will be and how big the units will be. And so we're in the process of working through that as well. And then obviously you've heard Director Smith talk about our collaboration. We are very proud. We really are proud of the work that we do as a team. And I will tell you, just it hadn't always been perfect, but we've always been able to work through it. And I think that's what matters. And so that helps us better be able to serve not just our community members, but also our staff as well, with Heart, co-response, Ryan's unit, and my staff as well. So, and I think that's it. So questions?
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Colleagues, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say thank you. I appreciate the flexibility of my colleagues. I just want to say I'm going to check in because an hour for the previous presentation, I asked a lot of questions. I saw part of it, but not the whole thing. Anyway, sorry. But I just wanted to say that I really appreciate your advocacy, not just for the city, but for your officers. And I want to say that it's a heavy lift to get HB 140 through, and it's amazing that it's done and that we're moving in this direction. I feel like that's going to be helpful across the state. Mm-hmm. And so I'm excited that we're moving and getting that done, getting it already moving. So I did want to also say, I wanted to second Councilman Caballero and Cook's request. I would love to meet Siren. Yes. And then I'm like through the moon on the 30 by 30, just so we're clear, because I know growing up, I never saw a woman officer. And I think a lot of what women bring to the table in the field of public safety could help in some of the conversations we've been having around community policing. Mm-hmm. And I'm very clear that it's been a very long road to get here. And I'm glad that the Heart team and the police department have figured out how to navigate as well as they have. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just my one question, which is usually my question at this time of the year, is how are we doing as with the shortage on the sworn side? How are we doing with our overtime and just making sure that our officers aren't burnt out? I know that the canine therapy is probably helpful. Is there anything else that we could also be doing?
So we are, I will say, I know that I have officers are working a lot of supplemental, and that's a concern for me. They are working a lot of supplemental. We are constantly having conversations about, peer support group. We have a great peer support team at the police department. Obviously adding Siren has been great. We have not avoided burnout. We've had to, but I will say officers have really gotten better about saying I'm not okay. And that's a good thing, right? That's for them to be comfortable coming forward. We've had to rotate our investigative teams, especially our homicide teams, our homicide violent crime teams. We have a lot of vacancies there. It's not easy. It's just making sure that they are all checking in with each other, and that's, but they are all there's many of them that are burned out, especially with, you know, protests when we call them back in. So I wish there was an easy, but that's just the honest truth. We are trying to work with burnout as well as we can by having conversations and really impressing upon our supervisors that if you see a change in an officer, it is your responsibility to talk to that officer, and then let's lead them to services, right? Before they go out here and do something that will end their career. And we've had that happen here recently. So unfortunately.
Thanks. Thank you for the presentation. You and your team were here last week, so we got a lot of good info there. Just out of curiosity, so with the officer vacancy, you know, there will be substantive pay increases starting in July, and I spoke to that when y'all did your first quarter crime report. I think one of the questions, and I see the civilian traffic investigators, and a couple of questions I had got answered by that information, so I appreciate that. I guess at some point, I don't want to make an assumption. I think we're going to recover on some of ours with increase in pay. I don't know, because we also had another large increase in pay early 2022. We did that mid-year increase specifically for fire and police. And based on the slide you shared, it didn't do a lot for our vacancy numbers. So my guess is based on that, I think it'll help, but I don't think it's going to get us over the hump on vacancies. And so same with traffic investigation, the civilian traffic investigators, what the HART team shared about the calls that have been diverted. At some point, we're going to have to start having more conversations on what else needs to get taken off the plate of our police officers, because right now, and I've heard this many times on many ride-alongs that I've had over the years, you know, they're called for, in my opinion, too big a menu of options. And I think that that's one of the reasons that we're seeing some of the burnout, right? You went into a profession and you were not anticipating being the catch-all for all of the ills of society. And that's what often happens with officers. And so I hope that the conversation around HART, around traffic investigators, what else, what other roles, what other positions, or not positions, but skill sets that we can continue to have as a city to take some of that load off, to let us continue to focus on the things that I think cause the most harm in our community as far as violent crime. Those priority one, you know, the lights and siren calls, I think that's where a lot of our residents want to see that target met. I know that y'all do too. And so it's not so much for now, but to continue that conversation, because I think we have done it well in Durham. And it's because of your leadership and your staff's leadership and just having those honest conversations around what society's expectation is and how sometimes it's not going to be met. And so then what else can we do to help ensure that our public safety is robust and what residents expect? Yes. Some of the questions I have, I know that on certain calls, I think a lot of your police officers, you know, when we have like I think one evening, I don't even remember how many stolen cars we had to, you know, I was just sitting and they're processing, trying to get prints. Sometimes there's a forensics team that can show up. Sometimes there's not. And then it's a police officer who's having to do it to try and lift prints. Are there other police departments that have forensic folks that aren't necessarily sworn, but there's a contract with a vendor? I don't know, just as an example. I know that when, especially on New Year's Day, when there's a ton of gunfire, when people decide to shoot in the air, even though that bullet's going to come down, it's got to be the most moronic behavior. I know that we have police officers who are spending their entire day going from house to car to just fill out a police report that's really for insurance, so that person can get their window fixed or the dent in their car fixed. Are you seeing trends, same thing as the traffic investigators, where we are essentially handing those types of responsibilities to not sworn police officers so that they can, again, focus on those priority one calls? And sorry for the long question.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So we've done a couple of things. In the next coming weeks, you'll start to see campaigns focused around kind of renewing the awareness of our P2C. So that's our reporting, where our community members can actually go online and do their own reports. And so we've just opened up where larceny shopliftings, belated shopliftings can be reported, because what we have is we have certain businesses that hold maybe a dozen shoplifting, reports, and then they call an officer, and an officer has to take a dozen separate reports, right? And it's really just for insurance purposes. So we are going to start a campaign on that and letting people know. Also, there's going to be a response change, and staffing. When we start talking about staffing, I think we've had conversations around how did COVID change us. Just because we've always done it this way in policing doesn't mean that it should continue to be done this way. I feel that the staffing has highlighted certain places where we could maybe change how we do it. So we have we brought our telephone response unit back. We're utilizing our reserve officers, who are our retired officers, and they're taking calls. We've got several that are working part-time in forensics and helping with our latent print backlog. So there are small things that we are doing to on our own just kind of cut down what officers are responding to, and really help them with relieve some of that pressure. Our forensics unit, we've changed their response protocols. So certainly we've left some things up to their discretion, but their response protocols now they will respond to violent crimes to process those scenes, breaking and entering to motor vehicles. If they are available to respond, they will respond. If there's a suspect or someone that has been arrested for like a stolen vehicle that has also been used in a drive-by, they will respond. We tow those vehicles back to police headquarters for further processing. So we've had to streamline their protocol. For a while there, they were responding to everything. And we are one of the only municipalities that has a full-on forensic unit. The only thing we don't do is DNA. We do firearms processing. We have, we fire the shell casings. We put them in NIBIN. We have that whole network. We are the only few in the state that actually have the capabilities, in addition to like running latent prints and other things that they're doing. So we have talked about contracting and had discussions with the SBI. The SBI is not able to handle that workload either. We are also, our forensics is nationally accredited, so there is that component too. So yeah, we've been looking at that.
Thank you. And then and I've said this to many in department, sometimes then it's added capacity for specific things, right? Mm-hmm. So it's not necessarily police officers, but it's around, well, there's like within the charter reclassification, there's not going to be a victim specialist, right? So I hope that, you can come to council, budget happens every year, around some of those, if there are things that are going to help ensure that the work gets organized as we see shifts in public safety and this kind of shift with sworn police officers. I think we're not the only department in the country struggling. I think there's, people are saying, oh, Durham this and Durham. No, this is a national problem and it hasn't changed. And there are northern states in California that pay their police officers triple what we pay here, and they still have vacancy issues. So I just hope that you do come to us, and especially if you hear around innovative things that are happening, trends that are happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to echo a lot of what my colleagues have said, and thank you for this presentation. And we did have just the opportunity last week to talk with y'all, and something that I've been kind of thinking about, and I want to preface this. I know we all love to preface our statements up here, but okay. I do really want to preface this because I also feel like not quite to the level that y'all do, but I work in a field that is very like trauma and very also like immediate we are like stopping a bleeding wound at all times. And then people come to me and are like, what are you doing to like stop people from getting to eviction court? And you're like, oh my gosh, like I literally can barely keep my head above water. I want to just say that I understand that this question is going to be frustrating, but I am curious because you said a couple things, and I don't exactly know what else included in the Governor's Crime Commission, but you did talk about identifying sort of these high-risk individuals and keeping an eye on them in the community. And I know that y'all do educational work, like your officers do that work as well, in addition to their regular responses. I'm wondering if there are things that you are seeing. We're talking about community safety here, and so part of it is actually deterrence. And I know that it's when we have a shortage that we're doing all we can to stay above water, but I'm wondering if there are things that you've seen that that maybe council could support you in, or maybe other ways of thinking about deterrence, crime deterrence, and what, yeah, if you had any thoughts in that department, what we could be looking at and how we might be able to do better.
Yeah, for us, I think it's about, we realize and recognize that our kids in some of the most affected communities, if they are not exposed to, if they're not exposed to a world that shows them that they can be better and be in a better place than where they currently are, they will turn around and potentially be our next victims or grow up to offend in our society. And so we said, well, how can we do the PALs and we do the summer camps and we do all of these things, but how can we actually go to the communities that quite frankly need services the most? And so I'm really excited about how we've utilized a grant combined with asset forfeiture to purchase a mobile tutoring and mentoring vehicle. And we will be using that throughout our housing authority communities, and will actually reach those kids on a regular basis after school. And we'll be using our community services division to do that. And so I'm very excited about that. There'll be a gaming lab. We'll have computers, just reaching them in a different way. And I really think that that's 16-year-olds and 15-year-olds should never be on YouTube talking about and celebrating how many times they've been shot and survived. I mean, that's just not normal. And when you don't view yourself better and you're hopeless about your existence because you've never been shown that you could be better, you're going to go out and you're going to do these things because you have no regard for yourself. So I know I'm kind of, and I may not be answering your question, but for us, I think it's really just figuring out where we need to put the resources and focus the resources in those communities, and being very purposeful about doing that. The police department, we see the end outcome. Kids are either going to jail or they're being killed. That's it. That's what we're seeing. We want to interrupt that in the only way that we know how, which is just if we can get our kids while they're kids and while they're just still these sponges, maybe we can make a dent in that.
Yeah. I work with a lot of people in those communities. Folks who tend to be housing unstable also tend to interact with the criminal system quite a bit. And so if it's not my community, but one that I interact with all the time. And so it feels very personal to me. And I hear a lot of what you're saying. I see that personally. I'm working with these folks' parents all the time, and it's really hard, but I appreciate that y'all are taking the opportunity to sort of look at that and kind of building off a little bit of what Councilmember Caballero has said. I do feel like we are looking at these vacancies and we're also looking at community safety, and we have to be finding other ways to sort of plug those holes where we can. And I appreciate y'all's focus on youth in our community, and I just want to echo that if there's things that y'all see that are needed, like please come to council, and I'm excited to work on those moving forward. So thank you very much.
Go ahead, Councilmember Rist.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Chief Anders, thanks for the presentation. Always good to see you. Appreciate your leadership. I also want to thank you for your open discussion about both successes. I mean, the violent crime rate has continued to trend down in Durham. That's a big success, but also the challenges we face. I really appreciate your honest discussion with us and the community about that. I just had two questions. One is on this issue of the sworn vacancy rate. I know you have a large department with many divisions. Can you give us a sense of like that sworn vacancy rate? Is that mostly in the patrol officers? Is it sort of across the department?
No, it's mostly in our uniform patrol. And so the way it works, it's kind of like when we have investigators, so we have our whole investigative unit, we can't move patrol officers into our investigative unit because we need patrol officers. And so it creates a situation where we lose investigators, one retirement, or they resign, or what have you, but we can't fill those spots. And so we're having to do the shell game and shuffle people around. And that's essentially because we've made a pledge, we are not taking from uniform patrol. We simply cannot. So that's where we're seeing our larger number of vacancies is in uniform patrol squads. And then you factor in, our staff that are on various degrees of leave, whether it's FMLA or they're on light duty, that creates a whole different type of temporary vacancy in those positions.
Thank you. And as my colleagues have said, we appreciate your concern about the mental health of your staff. We see your officers, off duty across the city as well. So I know that's a big issue. As my colleagues have also said, especially Councilwoman Caballero, we're excited about the pay raise, and we're eager for that to be a important solution to the vacancy rate. And so we look forward to your reports back to us on Police Academy and how we're doing on those numbers. So look forward to that. Second question is, I want to thank you for your leadership on the civilian traffic investigators, both implementing that in your department, but also your advocacy for that. And I just want to clarify one thing. I think you said, so once that gets set up, can these investigators, are they not able to respond if it's a state-owned road? Is it only city-owned roads? Is that part of what's going on?
Well, so we ran the data. I'm a data. We ran the data, and the data shows the majority of our crashes and non-injury crashes are occurring in parking lots and on our local streets. And so that's really where we're going to focus the efforts. I think and then also too, when we talk about the likelihood of an injury accident, Highway 40, Interstate 40, I-40, you're going to have, they're going to be injury accidents. So the data didn't show that that's where that team would be needed the most, and especially when we're talking about seasonally, the parking lot wrecks and the bumper to rear ends, that's where they're going to be needed the most is locally in the street.
So it's not that they couldn't respond on a state-owned road. It's simply you're prioritizing city-owned roads where there's lower level, not injury crashes.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, and I do think that for us, it's prioritizing the needs where are they needed the most, right? And I think they're needed the most within our kind of inner city, where we're seeing the most number of crashes occurring.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I'll go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit about the motives behind some of the violent crimes, specifically shootings, and how that has evolved over time, maybe over the past 5 or 10 years?
Well, I think, some of what we are finding is many of our shootings are known. One person knows the other. The motives could vary when we've been able to find what the motive is. Arguments over boyfriend or girlfriend. You robbed me last week. Or the one we had last night is just a simple, I just want to be mean and I'm going to shoot somebody in the leg because I'm, going in trying to rob the store. So, I mean, there's a varying degree. Do we have individuals that are gang members involved in these? Yes. But them shooting or either being a victim or the perpetrator of the crime, it's not gang motivated, but we're not seeing a motivation, but you're seeing a higher number of individuals that are gang affiliated being involved in these shootings. So that's generally when we see shootings that's occurring and we can determine what the motive is, either by, investigative resources, or we have a witness that wants to come forward, and it's just mind blowing. It's things that you just, we had a homicide recently that they were family members that got into a dispute over money. So it's unfortunate.
Thank you. And then I asked this question yesterday. When you leave Durham, what do you brag about from your department? And if resources were not a limitation, what would you want to bring to the Durham Police Department?
So when you started to say, when you leave Durham, what do you want to brag about? I was like, food, I just instantly was like, food. But okay, so you said my department. I would say the resilience, the can-do and will-do attitude of my officers. My executive team and I meet with every single member of our staff every single year. We come in on Saturdays, we meet with every single member. And what we've overwhelmingly heard from officers, and they give us other stuff about things that aren't working well and things that we could probably control in policy, and we implement policy changes. I love my squad. I love Durham, and I'm not leaving Durham. This is where I want to be. When we have officers that resign, those officers will often send me an email and say, I didn't want to have to leave Durham, but I have to leave because of these things. So if I had that to say, I would say the resiliency of my officers, the way in which we are able to handle complex problems and solve them. My non-sworn staff, the way in which the breadth of knowledge that they have from our we have federal folks that don't have the intelligence capabilities that we have. I mean, that's, there's a lot of things I would brag about. I don't know if there's any one thing. As far as resource-wise, I would just say continue to have the conversations about pay, because I do think, and I haven't spoken a lot about it, but what I do think is that, so Durham Police Department, the state mandates us, and state mandates 700 hours of training in a basic law enforcement training class. We do almost well over 800 hours. We run 2 academies a year. Based upon conversations I've had with officers that go to other agencies, accept a position at other agencies, they want to be here because they know they're going to get this experience. They're going to get opportunities to do more things. We have more units. We have the opportunities there. It is pay. So I do believe that when this pay comes to fruition and it's finally, you put your stamp on it and it's final, I do believe we are going to start to see more applicants. I think we're going to start to fill these academies. Right now with the pay as it is, we are seating 20-person academies. So just imagine with what it will be, and then everything else, right? So I would just say resource-wise, please don't let this be the last conversation about salary for all of our city employees, because other agencies are going to continue to raise their pay. And Durham will never be able to compete with, the carries. We'll never pay, $65,000, $70,000. But I think there's so many more things that we could do in our city for our city workers that maybe will outpace the Careys and the Morrisvilles. So.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, for your great comments and questions. Chief, it's always good to see you. And I appreciate when you're in the room, Chief, because you concretize the conversation and it's no longer abstract. So I think oftentimes in Durham, when we talk about policing, as I said earlier, it's abstract, it's that composite. But you put a face on it, you put a character to it, and you put a record to it. My introduction to the people of Durham was years before I was on city council, was based upon issues of police reform and housing affordability and fair wage. You and I took a trip together to Boston. You were Captain Andrews at that time. Going back to Chief Lopez, and I've watched the evolution of this department, whether it's in written consent, documenting by race stops, putting a lower level of priority on small amount of drugs, aiming to have all of our offices CIT trained, not doing stops for minor equipment infractions, things of that nature. So this department has a record. And when you stand before us, we're reminded of that record. And I appreciate the invitations for you to ask us for stuff what you need. But one of the elephants in the room is you did ask us for something. This department, before we were well into our budget process, asked us for a 3-month contract extension for about 50 grand for the use of ShotSpotter technology. And we said no. Many of us predicated, and this is what one of the things that fascinates me is the way we employ the term community voices. To this day, there are community voices who are asking us to redeploy it, and community voices that said we shouldn't have taken it. We shouldn't have taken it away. And I want to emphasize that this is something that was already deployed. And I know some of my colleagues have had issues, concerns about things that we've already been doing, either already funding. People have gotten used to it. It's already implemented. There are structures around it. There are protocols around it. And we ought to be careful about taking that away. This is something that was already deployed and in the field. And my suspicion, as we celebrate your leadership and your brilliance and your character, my suspicion is that the department via the manager would not have asked for something unless they thought it had a certain amount of efficacy. That's my operating assumption. You don't strike me as a person that just asked for something willy-nilly. And we said no. And it was supplanted by some of our own views and concerns. We celebrated the national attention that Director Ryan and the HEART program have been getting around the country for the way they've implemented HEART. That's not the only thing that's been celebrated around the country. The Durham Police Department has also been celebrated for the way they integrated ShotSpotter in Durham, from the forward-facing dashboard, for the information gathering around it, for the transparency. So there are other things we've been celebrated for as well. But it seems like some community voices get lectured and other community voices get results, get advocacy. And I just want to call it out. So when we use the term community, I was part of the leadership apparatus of the largest community organization in this city. And we were careful, even when we advocated, not to say that we're the community total. There are voices in the community. And I think we have to be very careful when a particular well-organized group shows up and we give them the moniker of community. And then we go back to our office and look at our emails and see other voices in the community who are saying what we want and what we desire. So I just want to call out that you have asked us for things, what I thought was a reasonable ask, and we said no. That's not on you, that's on us as a council. And I think moving forward, we have to just name it for what it is and be aware that when you are here, it's good to be reminded that we are not making policy or governing based upon the worst case of policing in America. We're making policy based upon the Durham Police Department. And it was not a police department that asked us for some exotic surveillance tool to send SWAT teams into our city, into our communities to do stop and frisk and throw Black and brown folk up against the wall. It was the Durham Police Department with a history of engagement and cultural change who asked us to extend something that they were already using, that was already deployed, that members of this community said that they wanted, including North Carolina Central University, and members of the community, and at least one who believes their life was saved. Now, those are just facts. But with that, I do want to with the issues surrounding the vacancy, the issues surrounding morale, all of these things are interconnected. A lot of what we do in Durham, we're not the only ones doing it around the country. We just do it better. There are cities in this country, and we pride ourselves on being progressive. And here, there are cities in this country, we pride ourselves on being a progressive city. There are cities in this country who are far more progressive than us. You can smoke weed in the street, and LGBTQ folk can get married at the courthouse. You can't do either one of those in Durham. And they have ShotSpotter. And I've been in meetings with those folk, and they scratch their heads at the debate we're having about the use of the technology in our city relative to theirs. And their progressive bona fides outstrip us by light years. We're trying to get to where some of these cities are. So I say that to say, your department's been doing a magnificent job. I don't want to just celebrate without acknowledging the tough history we've had and the things we've had to do and the culture change that we've had to go through. And you represent a continuum, I think, of chiefs, particularly of late, that have been in the vanguard, and whether it's implementing 21st century policing, that have been celebrated by their peers around the country for progressive, conscientious, effective policing. And I just want to thank you, add my voice of thanks and congratulations to you. But we've got some other things to do. And I hope that community voices, when we say community, that we'll put as much equal weight on everybody in the community as we've done for some others who may not have listservs, or who may not have the time to show up at City Hall. Thank you.
Any other comments, colleagues? All right. Yeah, Chief, thank you so much. I think we all know where we stand on all of this. One thing that I can respect, and Councilmember Baker, I'm going to pick on you for a moment. Councilmember Baker and I don't always agree on public policy, but we have a great relationship. We really do. And that's one thing I appreciate about this council. That's just who we are. And I also appreciate that we can have these tough conversations. I can meet with my colleagues behind closed doors, and we have tough conversations. We talk through things, and we get out here in the public domain, and we have these tough debates. And I do take pride in that we will be okay at the end of the meeting. And that's why I think what it does is it invites us to be able to, in the best form of democracy, just be transparent and be, in this form of accountability. I think we're headed in the right direction. I really do. The fact that Director Ryan Smith can stand up here and do his presentation right before you, and then you come up and you guys talk about mutual grants that you share and work with on together. And that, the fact that we took an entire category of priority calls off of your shoulders. I just know for a fact that we're headed the right direction. I think with that being said, we do have to honor the fact that at the end of the day, and this is going back to my teacher days, I tell folks all the time, I was the happiest broke teacher there was, because I love my profession. Just for disclosure, when I first started teaching, I was making $32,000. It was the biggest check I had ever received. And my first check that I got out of college, I was like, this is the biggest refund check I've ever seen in my life. And I was just so excited. And that excitement, as far as how I spent that money, lasted about 2 months. Then I had to, really become an adult. But I was always supported by my principal. His name was Kenneth Barnes. He's the principal at Shepherd Middle School and Southern High School. And I was one of those crazy wild teachers who wanted to be involved in education policy and My first year teaching, I took kids to New York, 2 kids in a wheelchair. It was 32 of them. Some folks wondering why I'm talking about this. I'm talking about it because I was a young teacher committed to my profession who felt invincible and was totally committed because I had to support my leader. And I didn't get paid a lot. Now, you mess around and pay me a lot of money, you got to get superpowers, and I think the same thing applies in your profession. We all have our conversations. I talk to our officers a lot, and I wouldn't dare put them out there by name, but you guys know who you are, because many of you knew I was going to say this, but I think we can pay our officers all we want, but if they don't really feel value when their lives are on the line, we're always going to have a recruitment issue. And they communicate a lot. I met an officer the other day who was working off duty, and I was like, "Hey, if everything goes well, check your paycheck in July." She's, "Oh no, I'm reserved. I can't do it full time." It's like, "Why?" And she was, physically able and everything. She's like, "No. Nah, y'all not gonna put me out there and not feel totally supported." And that just really, I went from a really big smile to a WTF moment. And it just blew my mind, because it was honest in real time. And these conversations, when we have these policy conversations, it always unsettles me a bit, because I feel like we don't get to the core of the issue. We talk around it. I think we try to be nice. But at the end of the day, we can pay folks more money, and I think that's necessary. We always have to have the conversation to remain competitive and state our values, but I think it's only part of the equation. The other part is folks got to know that we have their back. And right now, there are folks that are getting younger. They're shooting up certain neighborhoods, and we tend to turn a blind eye to it. That is, in fact, what is happening. We're turning a blind eye to it because we get really quiet when we talk about it. And I know it's uncomfortable, but that's what happens. And somebody has to respond to those gunshots. And the folks who are responding to those gunshots, they know that if they do arrest someone, they may not get prosecuted. Because oftentimes before the paperwork is processed, folks are back out on the streets, and that's a whole nother issue with the workload and pressure that's put in the DA's office. But we can find everything to talk about around the issue, but the issue is there are folks that are shooting up these streets, and they're getting younger and younger and younger, and we have a very soft approach to it. And we expect officers to go out and deal with it. So I think relieving some of the priorities, I think, is part of it. I think it's necessary. Higher pay is definitely necessary, but you're the experts. And I think when you do come to this council and you request something, I think that what you're requesting is what you believe you need or would like to have. And lastly, I think, what we do, I was thinking about this yesterday when we left here, actually. It's like we talked a lot about, the Durham minimum living wage and pay and things, but at the end of the day, it's 2,700 employees in a city that's almost 300,000 people. So what we do is we culture signal. We don't control the private sector, but we do send a signal in where we stand in good faith that people will adopt that culture. And so what is the signal that we're sending to the community? And I think that, having nice things, having our streets, that is spot on. When we did the bus survey and our residents said, we want more bus service. You can deal with a rail system later, but we want more bus service. We listened to it. But I think that and I'm saying this to my friends as well, I get really uncomfortable when certain political groups can come in and organize very well and state what their preference is. and the audacity of some to speak on behalf of the Black and brown community as if it's some composite, when there are folks in the communities that are Black and some brown that are saying, we need X. And if that group doesn't say it, then we don't respond to it. But if the residents say it, I'm sorry, that group says it, we respond to it. But if the residents say it, we don't. And we even validated this with the actual residents survey. And the #1 response was more public safety. So I gotta say, just for the record, I am baffled and I am confused. And I know there is a lot of complicity and implicity. There's concrete stances on this. So therefore, what needs to be said must be said. You know, and colleagues, I'll say to you all directly, I enjoy working with you. I'm loving you before, and I'm going to love you after this. But I think this is the very area right here where we're just missing the mark. And I'll say that to anyone in the city, no matter who the group is, no matter who the people are. And this isn't a personal, even when it comes to ShotSpotter, like it's not a personal preference. Like Leo doesn't want ShotSpotter, but I do know that it served as an ultimate deterrent for folks, just anecdotally interacting with them. But it also was a resource for you all, considering you're already extremely short-staffed. It allowed you to be more efficient in your response. And I also know that we had a report from the Wilson Center that was quite inconclusive. It wasn't a strong case for nor against. But you know, like the Bible, it's up for interpretation. And I will go home again tonight wondering where we stand as a council in our response to gun violence in this community. And I hope that we will start treating gun violence like we treat Vision Zero with traffic, how to the residents that come in and talk about our creeks and lakes. I hope that we start treating gun violence the same. To the folks that are concerned about street safety and sidewalk repair, I hope that we start treating gun violence the same. And that's just fact. And we have to own that. So I will say thank you again for your presentation. And hopefully we'll come around. Hopefully we will. Madam Manager, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. As I said during the last presentation, it is a privilege to be able to sit in the seat of the Durham City Manager and select leaders for this organization that transcends to leaders in the community. And it was my privilege to appoint Chief Andrews as my second appointed leader after I became the Durham City Manager a little more than 3 years ago. It was during COVID, and it was a national search. And many of the interviews and the assessment centers had to be done online. But in the end, there was one candidate that was well positioned for Durham for such a time as that. And it has continued to be something that I think about every day as we have spent the last 3 years together. The police department is one of the departments that I am very connected to 24/7, 365, because when something significant happens in this community, whether it is impacting a family, a business, a major incident, it doesn't wait till 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock when we get to City Hall. It comes to me directly from the chief in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and we are in this space together, them doing what they do professionally, and me providing support and leadership as needed. So in the presence of your staff, who are here, who are listening, and who may be listening later. I want to thank you for coming back to Durham and serving in this role, and your leadership team that surrounds you, your uniform patrol, your civilians, and everyone that brings this level of safety to our community. And I know how hard you work. I see it 24/7, 365, and I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all, and thanks colleagues for your comments and for this. One more. Chief Z. Chief Z,
Yes, sir.
Due to rubbish, I lost my quorum. So just give me a moment.
I will stand by. Yes, sir. All right. Get this bad boy from falling off would be good.
Bring it up the rear too.
One day I'd like to go in front of police in something. What's that?
All right, and don't take the council walking out on you as any indication of support for you.
Great way to start.
We just had a lot of bones in front of us.
No, completely understand. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Mayor, oh, I'm sorry. There was one more.
You're good.
I thought that was my go-ahead. So, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council, my name is Bob Zoldos, and I have the pleasure of serving as your fire chief and leading the Durham Fire Department. On behalf of the 447 officers and members of the Durham Fire Department, I'd like to thank you for setting this time aside for us today. I'd also like to thank the city manager, our deputy city manager, Bo Ferguson, budget director, Christina Riordan, who was here, yes, is here, and her staff for all their strong work in this process. I've asked a few members of the DFD staff to join me here today in case you have some technical questions. With me is our Chief of Emergency Operations, Deputy Fire Chief Jim Cole. Our Chief of Administration, Deputy Fire Chief Chris Ianazzi. Our Chief of Planning and Administration, Assistant Chief Brian Eaton. Our Business Service Analyst, Evan Brown. And our Strategic Planner, Maria Ratliff, in the few rows back. In 2023, your fire department ran 32,771 incidents, which resulted in 58,941 individual apparatus runs. This includes 20,984 EMS-related incidents, which required 27,634 individual apparatus runs. I'm happy to report, though, that our fire and EMS incidents numbers are relatively flat over the past 2 years. So far in this calendar year, your fire department has run 13,653 incidents with 23,880 apparatus runs. This includes 8,812 EMS incidents for the year. These numbers predict a small full-year increase in the demand for our services. Your fire department is an all-hazards first responder agency. You can leave it for just another minute. Your fire department is an all-hazards first responder agency that responds to fires, emergency medical calls, hazardous materials emergencies, technical rescue incidents, and all manner of emergency calls. Your fire department operates operationally serves out of 19 fire stations, which are divided into 4 battalions or service management areas. In total, your fire department operates out of 23 facilities, including our fire academy, our warehouse, and our maintenance buildings. Each day, your fire department staffs 25 heavy vehicles. These include fire engines, ladder trucks, and our 1 heavy rescue company, along with 3 squad companies, 5 operational response chiefs, and several service or special units for a total of 42 emergency response vehicles. Your fire department holds an ISO or Insurance Services Office rating of 2, with 1 being the best possible score, and is also accredited by the Commission on Fire Accreditation International, receiving our reaccreditation by unanimous vote in February of last year. There are only 87 departments nationwide who hold both a Class 2 ISO rating and are accredited. Move to the organizational chart. Your fire department is divided into two bureaus, administration and emergency operations. I'm going to go quickly through them from left to right. With the administration bureau are 2 divisions. Within the administration bureau, that is, are 2 divisions. First is the administration and planning division, which includes our small but incredibly competent facility maintenance team, which takes care of those 23 facilities. Our very hardworking payroll and benefits section. And by the way, when I say section, I really only mean 2 people, and they do the payroll for all 447 people. Our warehouse and personal protective logistics staff, who maintain 900 sets of personal protective equipment. That's from boots to fire helmets. This division also includes strategic planning and technical support. Our fire prevention fire marshal's office is also underneath administration. They provide annual business inspections, multifamily dwelling fire inspections, new building inspections, fire investigations, as well as oversight over blasting inspections. Blasting inspections and their oversight. The division also houses our public education team, which provides resident training in fire and life safety education, including our schools. We work very hard to ensure that we have a very educational presence online as well, and you may see some of our public safety videos or public service announcements that we film all over the city. If you can slide to the right, in the Emergency Operations Bureau, there are 2 divisions. First is operations. This is clearly the most visible part of our organization and the vast majority of our personnel. The operations division is divided into 3 shifts, which operate our 19 stations 24/7, 365. This division is always on the front lines, helping ensure our community safety throughout any disaster or weather. The majority of our personnel, as I said, are in that. That's 398 people are in that division. And lastly, I want to talk about training and safety. Training and safety division is responsible for our basic training, continuing education with fire and EMS, as well as EMS program management. It also includes firefighter safety and wellness. Wellness is a relatively new focus within the fire service, and one that I'm proud that we're starting to make some headway in. One area within wellness we like to focus on is the behavioral health of our members, and I think the police chief spoke pretty well to that a little bit ago. While this is a concern year-round, the need for this obviously was highlighted just over 5 years ago after our gas explosion in our downtown just over 5 years ago. I do want to report there was actually, as we started today, a major gas leak in the downtown. A 2-inch main had been cut near our newest high-rise, and it finished as we were sitting down in front of you today. So that was handled without incident, but that's why the helicopter was flying over for so long. It may have seemed like it was this meeting, but it was a gas leak downtown. One thing I do want to highlight is a new tool in protecting our firefighters. In addition to the new member I mentioned last year at budget presentation, we added another one, and this is one, Madam Manager, that didn't cost an FTE, so I know you'll like that. He's our 3rd behavioral health canine. I know the police mentioned theirs earlier. I do want to mention that we added our 3rd during this last budget year, Ollie, who joined us to assist firefighters with PTSD and other related concerns. Ollie is assigned to fire station number 9 at 1648 Midland Terrace. You've probably met our first canine, Cosmo, who's our original, who blazed the trail for our second canine, Blaze. And now Ollie is our top 3 in our canine team.
Chief Z, just real quick, Madam Manager, I'm going to make sure that we put this on the record. If you guys are going to talk about,
we need to bring them.
You need to either bring them or put them in the presentation. The picture, please.
I'd love to. They're great. The way they work is they live in the firehouse, and there's 2 parts to them, and it's really some neat science here. One, they're trained to come engage with you if they feel that PTSD style tension. So if one of our dogs walks up to you and sort of hangs with you, that means something. The second part is they have all the regular dog needs, and so when you come back from the worst call of your career, the dog still needs to be walked, still needs to be fed, still needs to be played with. And those 2 things together really highlight, first of all, it can tell our captain, oh, wow, that dog's staying with Firefighter Smith the entire time. I should look into it. So it's a great first warning for us, but also the basic needs of the dog help actually bring you into sort of another compartment of your life, which is good. So we're happy with the 3. Hopefully we can continue to add to our stable of canines, stable. We have 447 currently authorized positions, as you can see right there. As you know, we start every fall with around 100% staffing as our new recruit academies kick off. That has been a challenge over the past couple of years to get to 100% staffing because of our losses. We believe, as the police chief just spoke about, that we will stabilize as our new pay rates come into effect, and I believe we've seen some stabilization as the discussion about those pay rates have happened. These vacancies are filled through our annual recruit academy. We are currently in the selection process for the next entry-level school. That'll be the 39th recruit academy, which will start in August. In fact, they're testing today, if I remember right. Yeah, there are people testing out at our academy today, so I wish them all luck. We will also expect to advertise and run a lateral or experienced firefighter academy process as soon as the budget and pay rates are finalized, because we don't want to say we think we can offer this. We can wait a little bit because we have the entry level already moving through. This is where we hire firefighters from other jurisdictions who've always wanted to work in the Bull City. There's a bunch of them out there. The number one thing that stopped them before is they don't want to lose their 5 years in their organization. So we're looking at bringing them in a step or two higher than we normally hire, and also with a few years of service as far as their ability to promote. And we believe this will help us bring in a lot of people who've always wanted to work for Durham, but now they didn't want to really slow down their career. And we're excited about that. That process isn't finalized, but we expect to announce that process the day after you all vote on your budget. So we want to move immediately once that's done. We're excited about that. We're ready to move on to performance measures. So as you can see, we've reduced our structure fire response times over the past few years, and they've stabilized in the past 2. We're very proud of this accomplishment, considering how challenging it is to improve our service with population growth and call volume. Additionally, we've continued to reduce our EMS response times. That's the chart on the right-hand side. Now, the EMS response time is a much harder goal to meet because some of those are not going to be critical calls, and therefore they're not going to get lights and siren response. And so it really penalizes us in this. So it's going to be a harder goal to meet. Our hazmat responses are on the next 2, as well as technical rescue. These are a little tricky because they're going to be in areas that may be under construction, and it may be a little farther of a run because it's not an established community in the tech rescue response side. In the hazmat, this is going to include gas leaks, chemical spills, railway emergencies, and all other types of hazardous materials that are used or moved through our city. And that's probably one of the 2 more scary categories because everything is moved through our city on rail. As you can see, we continue to reduce that response time. Technical rescue times, the one on the right, includes high-angle rescues, trench rescues, building collapses, water rescues, confined space rescues, and other specialty responses. A lot of these are construction-related, and you'll notice that those will go up as we have more construction in the city. We move on to the next performance measures, which deal with our fire marshal's office and our fire prevention division. Chart 1 gives you a look at our month-to-month inspection volume for this fiscal year. The green chart or tabs there are the new construction, whereas the blue are the every year annual re-inspections as we move forward. So you're going to see around 100 or so, up to 200 of the new inspections, and you're going to see around 1,000 or so of the annual inspections that need to be done, and that's every single month. If we can move to the middle of that chart, you're going to notice a total volume of inspections for year to year. Our chart does not show this well because of the scale on it, so let me give you some of the real numbers on that. Our annual fire inspections numbers are again improving, although these graphs don't show it terribly well. Projected for 2024 are 10,200 inspections. That was what was projected. To date, we have 11,056 through April, and our expected finish will be 12,500. So we'll be a little over our expectation on that. Our revenue collected, it's one of the few ways the fire department does collect revenue. It was projected for 928,000, and we expect it to be just over $1 million. So that's good for the revenue there. Chart 3, the far right one, is one that we're really proud of. This chart shows the population reached by our 2-person public education team who are assisted by our in-service units, our operational units. We made great strides in this outreach. Now, those are just a very low percentage numbers, as you can see, but they've ticked up every year, and we're very happy with that. We made great strides in that, and this number is actual engagements. This is not social media or videos or anything else. These are actually our people getting with classrooms, civics groups, anytime we can engage with the public. And we've improved it to 8% of our population. Around 24,000 Durhamites have been touched, and that's been spectacular. We move on to the RAT. Two items of note are the estimated overages in personnel. Obviously, we struggle to maintain staffing. We do it through overtime, and we do it through voluntary overtime, which is one of the questions was being alluded to earlier a little bit with police about burnout. Ours are still all voluntary. It's something that we are really relatively rare in fire departments around the nation. A lot are doing mandatory overtime and holdover, which means you don't get to go home. You have to continue to work. And so far, our people continue to raise their hand and support the Bull City by working extra shifts. And that's really what's helping us out. However, there's a major cost to that. And that's why we're trying to so aggressively recruit again this year. Let's see, operation, some of those operation costs you can see, vehicle maintenance and fuel have accounted for the vast majority of our overages. Additional personal protective equipment has been experiencing steady increases that make keeping our people safe very challenging. So I'm going to talk about the highlights for our budget, but first I want to touch on a few highlights because I don't see you all very much, and I want to share a few of the real big wins for the fire department of the past year. First is we opened up a brand new fire station. I know a few of you were there for that. That was a lot of fun. Fire Station 18 opened this past fall, and it's at 6919 Herndon Road. It replaces another station that we inherited from the county as part of the merger with the city and county fire departments. The kickoff of Fire Station 19, the rebuild of Station 19, which is also an inherited station from the county, just started, and we're excited to look into that. That's going to go right across from RTP, where Box Yard and all that is. So it's going to be a great station, and it'll really serve in a very key place. EV vehicles, as the fire service is starting to develop new technologies and procedures to respond to EV calls, both fires and accidents. Your fire department, with the assistance of fleet, is now engaged with its own EVs, and we now have 3 fully electric vehicles that are serving in support roles within the fire department. There are fully electric fire trucks out there. I don't think they're ready for prime time yet, and I don't know when we'll be able to utilize them. But there are some that are starting to come to you. They're very quick, but they have some limitations that I don't think we're ready for yet. Construction emergencies. I mentioned before that tech rescue calls really follow construction. And this past year, we had 3 construction-related high-angle rescue calls. They're very exciting and very, optically, they're very impressive. But 2 of them actually required our crews to scale and work on or around one of the tower cranes in town. Great work by our personnel on those. You're going to continue to see those things happen as construction goes through. That's what our department trains for, and it's just something I want to mention. Our fire academy graduated 32 personnel this past year. And while we're excited about that, 6 of them were laterals. So they were experienced firefighters that wanted to come here. 26 were graduates from our entry-level school. But I think it's important to note that that entry-level school that graduated 26 started with 54 students. And that's how hard it is to graduate, because EMT and fire is so demanding. That's an attrition rate of 52. Our previous attrition rate was a lot lower than that. So we're hoping to have a large school again this year, maybe not as large, and then a much larger experienced school on top of that. Your fire department taught the command course at the North Carolina Fire Chiefs Conference for the 3rd year in a row this past January. Of note, this past year, we used an online game as a simulator to help improve the context for our command level training. We'll actually be training our own personnel using that game starting in June, so starting this next month, which is exciting. Your fire department has agreed to continue to act as a member in North Carolina Urban Search and Rescue Task Force 8 for another 10 years because the city council agreed to another interlocal agreement this past fall. We are joined in that team with Raleigh and Chapel Hill, and their last deployment was to Hurricane Idalia, which went to Blayton County, North Carolina, as a Type 1 water rescue team. Something you hear in the news every once in a while, and you may notice that we go out the door, but we go out the door 2 to 3 times a year as an urban search and rescue team to assist North Carolina and the region in neighboring states. It's a really interesting and very exciting part of working for the Durham Fire Department. Your fire department has, in partnership with other city and county public safety agencies and emergency management, developed a new and innovative way to provide emergency response to active shooter and hostile events that focuses on getting medical treatment to patients as fast as possible. This has culminated in new command level operations and accountability tools to improve our performance. Hopefully we'll never have to utilize those improvements, but we're very proud of this teamwork, collaboration, and our preparations. And finally, a really fun one for you. This is one of those parts of engagement that I really push with our department, and I've pushed expectation to include engagement with organizations within the city. One of my favorite engagements so far is our branding of Engine Company 4 as North Carolina Central's official fire engine. That includes changing the top of the unit from its normal white over red to now it's gray over red. And we provided elements, we put on elements and highlights all over the unit with their maroon. We unveiled it this past November at the NCCU homecoming to celebrate their national championship in football. And Engine Company 4 is located at 1818 Riddle Road, which serves the entire NCCU campus and surrounding community. Interestingly, Engine Company's former home at 2010 Fayetteville Street is now the location of NCCU's police and public safety headquarters. So we have a long history on the campus and around the campus. Okay, so I'll do officially now move to my budget highlights. First is the overtime budget increase. The department has the minimum required staffing of 24/7, 365. There is no day where we'll go, hey, we'll just shut off some fire trucks. We don't do that. And so it does require overtime to do that. This is a one-time allotment to help us meet that need. So that you understand our staffing, our DFD benchmark staffing is 121 per day. That's what's on a shift. Our absolute minimum staffing is 96. And our minimum staffing is benchmarked on several different standards. One is the National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA. I'm sure you've heard that term before from us. And the Occupational Safety and Health, OSHA. Both have benchmarks. Their benchmarks are four people riding the units. Now, the vast majority of the time, we do not meet that minimum staffing. We do have 3 people on our units as the Durham minimum staffing, and we do meet that every day. But that does require overtime. This budget increase, which is a one-time allotment, will help ensure that our units are staffed appropriately to our minimum standards so that we may continue our service uninterrupted to the public. Equipment replacement program is our next one. That provides funding to keep life-saving tools current and serviceable. This year's recommended replacement program, which is recurring funding, will help us continue to keep our tools and equipment modern, operational, and ready for the next call of help. The third one is clothing allowance. This line item funds all the personal protective equipment for fire department personnel, with the primary cost being the structural firefighting turnout gear that is assigned to each sworn FTE, which each sworn member gets 2 sets. So if one set is dirty and has carcinogens on it, they can move to their backup set. After the pandemic and supply chain disruptions, a significant increase in turnout gear costs occurred, with manufacturers and distributors stating the cost will continue to rise. For example, in FY19, one set of turnout gear cost $2,300, and in FY23 it cost $4,052, so it almost doubled in price. It's important to mention that our firefighting turnout gear has a maximum required life cycle of 10 years per NFPA standards. So even if it's never worn in 10 years, we have to remove it from service at the 10-year mark. So we know when these will rotate out, but most of our rotating out is due to actual wear, tear, and use in fire. Diesel fuel, this line expense has not been right-sized for a few years. Fuel prices have nearly doubled, and this will help us achieve keeping our vehicles fueled. The fire department's projected to spend almost $500,000 in FY24, and this will help right-size that budget. Master facility plan. I'm very excited about this one. This request is for an external review and development of a master facility plan for our administrative, training, operational, logistic, and support facilities. The consultant, when hired on, would evaluate short and long-term facility space needs and conditions, then recommend improvements on how we can do that better and how to phase that in. I want to highlight that the DFD has a 30-year CIP that we use, which includes renovation, replacement, and new development fire stations. This master plan will help reinforce and help focus that plan. And with that said, that concludes our budget presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yes, Councilmember Freeman. Sorry, Councilmember Cook. She always go first. Go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation and glad that you ended with the facilities master plan. Sure. And I'd love to see some of that. I don't know if we're due for a work session update on it, or
it is in the proposed budget. So it's coming.
Okay. So I just want to be on the foreground of saying that I know that a number of the sites, I had the fortune of seeing Station 18 open and also seeing some firefighters' faces when they saw what their station didn't have. And so I'd really like to figure out how to move that along. And if that needs to be something we include in this kind of infrastructure conversation around a bond, I would like to hear from the two of you around that.
So I would just speak briefly while we're at this point in the conversation. Whenever we build fire stations, we use would be considered LOBs, limited obligation bonds. We would not have, build a fire station with the general obligation bond. As you have heard from our budget and our finance staff, we recalculate capacity every year to be able to incorporate additional, debt issuances that are not required to go to vote by the residents.
Thank you.
So want to make it clear that that does not need to be part of a GO bond.
And that's why I appreciate you. And I will say, I'd like to say that I think that that would add to the conversation around compensation.
Sure.
And that the appreciation that we express to the police department should be expressed to all of our staff, especially staff that sleeps on site and feeds themselves in the kitchen on site. And so I really want to say that I'm excited that the CIP is done and there's a way to move forward with a master plan in this budget.
Right.
And I'm looking forward to also meeting Ollie and Blaze, and I couldn't catch the third name.
Ollie, Blaze, and Cosmo. Cosmo's the original.
Cosmo.
He'll be hard to
Cosmo.
remember him, but
Yeah, so and I just can't just know, like, as I walked outside and all the people were trying to like escape from the gas explosion, or I'm sorry, the gas leak in anticipation that it might explode.
Sure.
Just from the trauma of it previously happening. I could feel the tension in the air, and I just want to appreciate you all being on the front line of that all the time.
Yes,
So not just today, but every day. And I do want to say that this is the beginning of the conversation. And I think that as we consistently have more conversations about compensation studies and the redesign of how they move forward, that'll help and making sure that our staff across the board feels supported and compensated well ongoingly and a very consistent manner. So I just want to say that I think you've been on the forefront of trying to navigate, folks really having some angst about how things went last year. And I want to appreciate your support and making sure that they understood that we would come back to it. So thank you.
thank you very much. Appreciate the support.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you for that presentation. And also thank you for just giving us a win breakdown.
Yes, it's fun.
I really enjoyed that. So thank you. And congratulations on all of the great things that your program's been doing and been recognized for. Very proud of y'all. So thank you. And my questions are very budget specific.
Sure.
And so I was just wondering, under the revenues tab, if you could just talk a little bit about what revenues are coming from discretionary and program funding and the changes that we're seeing in those two.
You want to take that? Yeah, our Chief of Planning Administration knows the numbers backwards and forwards. I'll just
Cool.
hand it over to him if you don't mind.
That's great. Thanks.
Christina can do it, or
I will let the department speak to their program revenues, but I will just say discretionary revenues in departments, especially the ones that sit in the general fund, that is really their general fund portion. So all departments in the general fund receive a portion of essentially, some of those revenues we talked about yesterday. And so that's what discretionary means. And so programmatic revenues are specific to the departments.
Okay.
I'll turn it off.
Have additional. I don't think we have any additional other than that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm just wondering what the then program revenues are coming from.
Manager, page 1 of
Yes.
the
Oh,
That- That would be the inspection fees that he discussed when they do
Okay.
commercial inspections and the multifamily inspections. The owners are billed for that, and That's the primary source of program revenues for the fire department.
Okay, and then the decrease we're seeing in that, I mean, it's not major, I'm just curious why. I mean, it looks to me like negative 5.9%, it's not major.
And I think that you see a small decrease in that. That will change between prelim and final. The fire department does have a budget item that is coming forward in front of you to raise some fees. So I think that will be put in probably, that was not communicated before we did the manager's budget, but if those fees move forward, that you will probably actually see an increase in fees for them. So.
Gotcha, thank you.
Thanks.
And that's all my questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and for all the work that you do. Looking at the response times.
Sure.
I know that, so we just have one set of response times for each year for the entire, for all of Durham. I know some communities break down target response times between more densely populated areas and less densely populated areas. So I would imagine if we looked at a map, it would not be uniform across the map of Durham. I'm just curious what you think, and of course, response times are different. For the police department, they're operating out of vehicles. From you all, you're operating out of buildings and responding from buildings. What, and it's actually gone down since 2022. What do you think, how do we compare to other communities? And also, we're just slightly above this target response time. What do you think that would be necessary to achieve the target response time?
Sure.
So my two questions.
Yes, sir. Let me break down what the target response time really is. So it's 1.5 minutes for processing or dispatch. So that's out of our hands, but that's about the normal. 1.5 minutes for, so 1.5 minutes, sorry, to turn out. So that's to slide the pole, get in your gear, jump on the fire truck and leave. But that's also 24 hours a day. So we're going to have some shorter ones and some longer ones. Then it's 4 minutes of travel time. And that's really what we're talking about, is the ability to get somewhere in 4 minutes. That is going to be next to impossible without a station on almost every corner. You'll notice this is an NFPA standard, so it's not a law, but it's a standard. Only 48% of fire departments nationwide meet it because it is so hard to meet the travel time spot. So we have actually started, we have a new program that actually was part of our budget process last year called Leverum, which allows us to really study it really in the minutia of it and show our response times for each station, how far they can reach. And it color codes it so we know this is 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. And it really is going to help us sharpen where the next stations need to be. We have the city planned out to Fire Station 29. I know it makes everyone nervous to add 10 new stations, but as growth happens and as we see the need to add things, we already have those in place. It was nice. Our plan and the new Leverum tool showed that we were actually right where we wanted to put these. So we do have that on a much more minutiae level. We don't have anything to show you today, but we certainly can share those with different response time plans. And it really will show the areas that we need to work on. And some of them are really infill just because they built in an area, but there's not really good arteries into them. I think they're things you would expect when you look at the map, but having this tool has really helped us. And we actually just got it online a few months ago as part of the last budget system or process.
Thank you. That's not a priority, but I would love to see that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Sure. If you have not taken the bigger tour of fire, you should do it. And then you should ask to go in the bucket. That is all. Thanks so much for the presentation and to your staff and for the excellent work you all provide our community.
Sure. And thank you for joining me for the tour last year. That was, I think that helps show a bunch of our stations, a bunch of our work, and we try to respond to a few calls so you can actually see the work of what your fire department's really doing. And I know the Mayor Pro Tem enjoys that part specifically. We're trying to get him a way to actually drive, so.
I'm gonna beat him to it. I still have my CDLs. All right, Councilman Rist. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. Chief, always good to see you and to your command staff and the men and women in your command. Thank you for what you do. You run towards what we run from, so we appreciate it. Just real quickly, two areas. First, I do want to say my very first ride along with House One, they invited me to go into the office and grab the keys off the desk for the engine.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm still looking for the keys. So that little hazing is there. Fire engines don't have keys, y'all. The development of our city, the growth of our city, I know you said we're on track and keeping up with growth, but not just growth, but the type of growth. I think we've got 2 or 3 27-story towers in the pipeline downtown, and that's a different kind of firefighting. How are the height of our buildings affecting our planning, and is that impacting our CIP and fleet kind of projection?
No, great question. So last year for CIP, we actually requested 2 ladder trucks to help us, and it was approved. They've been ordered, and that allows us to. They're not going to be right here in the downtown, but it allows us to change the system and add 2 more of those. Our ultimate goal is to get to a 2-to-1 ratio of fire engines to specialty vehicles. So think ladder trucks and heavy rescues. We're, I think, at almost 3-to-1. We'd like to get to 2-to-1. That is what most cities aim to, and that gives you the right support. The one thing I want to let everyone know, this is going to be the secret that probably ruins your day, but our ladders really only reach 100 feet. So that's about 7 stories. So on a 27-story high rise, the ladder itself isn't really that functional. But what is functional is those people, the job that they're going to do it now from inside the structure or from on top of it. So they're going to go in the building and vent that way. They're going to do searches from inside the structure, and the aerial ladder won't be as usable because in many cases they're going to be above the reach of that aerial ladder. And they do make some really, really tall aerial ladders. They're extremely rare, and they have very limited abilities to work. Their range is, you have to be right beside the building to do it. So really it's about getting the companies, the ladder companies, the FTEs for them and staffed. We have one that was authorized last year, and we're hoping that this recruitment process plus our laterals allows us to staff that up. That's ladder 7. That'll go in northern Durham, near Duke and where Duke and Roxborough intersect. There's already a Quint in that station, so we'll put an engine beside the Quint, and that'll become our ladder truck for a while till the new one gets here. So the challenge of high-rise structures, it is extremely challenging. The firefighting of that is dangerous because of the wind-blown fires that can happen in those. But all in all, they're relatively controllable from people inside the structure. We can control all of the HVAC system and the elevators and make announcements to people inside and all those things. So we can relatively safe those structures as we're fighting those fires, and they're going to be sprinklered. Some of the ones that make us nervous though are all the many mid and lower high rises that are unsprinklered that are older than 1978. And so prior to 1978, you're not going to see a lot of sprinklers in those structures. So those are the ones that we really have to hustle at, stretch hose inside those structures and really be aggressive. But the one thing the Durham Fire Department is known and our people are proud of, I think the question earlier is, what do you brag about when you go other places? I had the answer ready, but it's our people. Yeah. Plain and simple, our people. We have the most aggressive fire department in the state, and I'm very proud of that. And that actually reduces life loss and reduces property loss because we're so fast at what we do. That's true. Yeah, it actually is one of the reasons other departments really do try to lure our firefighters away, is because of their abilities and their skills and their aggressiveness. But
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I went all over the place on your answer, but yes. So we added 2 ladder trucks, the physical ladder trucks this past year. We added 1 set of members, FTEs, 16. So when you look at our vacancy rate, 16 of those are those vacant positions that we haven't staffed yet because we haven't opened that company. So we are moving towards that. And then once the second ladder truck gets here, or closer to when it gets here, we'll ask for the people for that one as well. So that'll change us to, I think that puts us around 2.4, 2.5 in that 2-to-1 ratio.
Okay, that's good to know. The cityscape is changing. It's I think some people sometimes think we just say that about Durham, but I want to affirm, moving around the state, it really is impressive to hear folk talk about not only the accreditations that the fire department has, but the level of training and the level of action as well. Folk, these young guys, they want to.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
The way to put it, if we're at the state fire chiefs conference, or we do a quarterly meeting of all the metro chiefs, so all the big chiefs, and if it is an operational thing and I talk, the room goes quiet. Because they really look to Durham to be that leader. And like I said, Chief Cole and I got to teach for the past 3 years. We've taught the command level course at the State Fire Chiefs Conference in January. And what we train there is what we train here. And that's the exciting part of it. So I do think, we're earlier, that support of why people want to work here. That's why people want to work here. We have to keep up with the salaries. We got to keep up with benefits to keep people here. But the reason we'll have an easy path to hiring some laterals, some experienced firefighters, is because they've always wanted to work here.
Right. It really is impressive. And final question, point in the question, I do want to say that the branding of the engines, particular neighborhood niches, is beautiful. It's really inspiring, and it really promotes a sense of ownership in the city. The Eagle engine's really, really cool. And what's the other one? The Devil? Is that the something Devil?
So,
the
Red Devil's Engine Company 3. It's been called that since the early 1900s, and because the engine back then had some problems, and they referred to it as that Devil. So it's the Red Devil. For some of our new council members, what we're talking about is when we introduce our 7 new engines that came last year, and we've got 4 new ones coming this year, as well as a ladder truck and a heavy rescue. We're very excited about those units. Fleet has been absolutely wonderful to work with. What we do on the engines is we put the name of the community on the side of it. And what we found is people go, oh, that's my fire engine. Yeah. And when it's my fire engine, I'm going to pull out of the way of it. And I'm going to support them. I'm going to say hi. And people really have locked into that. The one we didn't know was going to work was the one that says Research Triangle Park and on Engine 13. And they were the first one to say, hey, this really works. And so I was like, I didn't think anyone would really identify with that, but they do. So what you'll see is on these new engines, and we'll welcome all of you to join us when we actually do a housing ceremony, that you physically will push the fire engine into the station, because that's how it was traditionally done. It's a lot of fun. But on the side of that unit will be the name of the community served, and on the front will be whatever motto that company adopts. So the Red Devil is Engine 3's motto. It has been forever. So and those models will change over the years, but thinking 4's is Express, Wabash Express. Yeah. So often it also has to do with, but on the side of Engine 4 used to say College Heights. Now it says, of course, NCCU in big letters. Right. So
Engine 13 is my house, and I've done a couple of ride-alongs with them, and they actually came to my house for the smell of gas a couple of years ago. So I'm very fond of Engine 13. Final question was about respect to the electric engines. And
sure,
a couple of years ago, we had that demo engine. Roland, that thing was like a BMW handling the road.
Yes,
It's deck gun and stuff, which y'all wouldn't let me play with. The gun shoots water, by the way.
Right.
So what's the deal with why can't we?
Sure. So 2 things with it. The first engine they brought by actually was not an operational one. It couldn't flow water because it was so early in the process. That one actually didn't. They wouldn't let us. We kept pushing like, hey, we want to see this thing pump. Like, oh, well, actually this one doesn't do that. So we had a fire engine that actually wasn't a fire engine, the first one. The second one really is impressive. The difference is, though, and this goes between European and American firefighting standards, we use very high flow water, where European firefighters use high pressure. In old buildings, stone that's this thick, that works. But for the flammability of American, buildings and furnishings, high flow water is what works. It gets our people to the victims faster. Thank you. And it is just a difference. Now, I will say that the latest, there is a different manufacturer, Pierce, that does have an electric fire engine with a supporting, I believe it's a small diesel engine in it that can help recharge those batteries as it goes through. That's being used by, Charlotte is buying one right now. But in Wisconsin, where Pierce is built, there's been one in service for a couple of years, and they have some pretty good. The thing is, though, the cost is really prohibitive, and right now, our engines are costing around $800,000, and you're probably going to double that price for an electric one, and that's why. I mean, everything is going up. Everything has gone up and been horrible. But as long as they can meet the needs, and the other part is we design our engines to be maximum productivity for Durham. They're different. Now they're being copied by other departments. Who just copied the engine? Somewhere in North Carolina just copied our engine and just changed the light on the front so they could say it was ours. But ours are getting copied. Those engines are much, much, much smaller. They carry less hose, less ladders, less everything. The new Pierce one, though, that Charlotte's doing, it's one of those where we want to see it in service, talk to their chief and go, hey, how's this working? And the brass tacks of it are, they can probably have an engine that doesn't serve really effectively. We can't. Our 19 companies go to a lot of work, and we really can't have an engine that can't perform. And so until these get those rough edges get sort of sanded off, I don't think we're ready for it. I do like the technology. We've had an electric car for a long time in our house, and I like the technology. It's just, I still, because of what it does, I just don't think we're there. We're close. We're very close now. But the one you rode a few years ago, yeah, that wasn't even a real fire engine. Yeah, we didn't know that till the end of the day. So.
Thanks, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Well, Chief, thank you. It's been a ride.
Yes, sir.
You guys were, your department was one of the first that came before City Hall when I first got elected in 2021. And, I know that the last 2 years have been very dynamic.
Yes, sir.
But, as I said then, I said, listen, our support is ironclad. We're going to support you in a very sustainable way. And I feel like we've done that. I think we've continued to do that, and we will continue to do that. Like I said to our police officers, when they're running toward bullets, you guys are running toward fires, and not only just fires, the fact that your department have, heroes that are so much more trained than others across the state and certified, that, when people say, we don't have enough EMS, I say, yes, we do. Call our fire department because they can do it too. So we are more grateful. We're in a very, very, very good situation in Durham because of the type of staff and heroes we have here. I'll continue to say it loud as I can, that we really appreciate you all. I was talking to a few firefighters recently to stay off of Twitter. People on there are depressed. Just stay off. They're never going to be happy. And also, I just appreciate your leadership and leading the team to, stay out of the crosshairs of politics. When folks try to use your department to pit, housing issues and proponents and opponents against one another. But you guys just stay the course and you continue. Again, I'm not here on, with someone leveraging me to be here. I literally generally, everyone was obviously generally elected, but I'm just, the way I sit in the seat is I get to tell the truth and be honest about my opinion or my perspective. And you guys do a heck of a job. And I'm just extremely proud of you. And I don't want anyone to ever say anything different, and if they do, I'll defend you on that.
Thank you.
So keep it up. Keep it up. I'm going to pass it over to Manager Page.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I believe this is the last department that we have for today. So everyone did not get to come and make presentations over the last 2 days, but as I've said the last couple of times I've had an opportunity to speak, the manager gets to select leaders during their tenure, and some are already here when they start. But it has been my privilege to work with this department on many issues, including right sizing, some budget line items that we have been needing to right size for several years, bringing on a new company. I had an opportunity to see them pilot the first drones that we had in the organization, and drone pilots. And even though the police department is I don't think they are still in the room, we talked a lot about police and community safety partnering, but police and fire partner a lot. And often, there's in some of these middle of the night issues when maybe someone needs to be found because they are missing, the fire department and the police department can partner using their drone and their drone pilots and try to save someone. So I want to say thank you to your team. I had one opportunity to be the graduation speaker for one of the academies and receive my very first fire helmet that is too heavy for my head, but I did try it on and I have it on my shelf and I appreciate the honor. So thank you for all you do, you and your team, your leaders, firefighters, keeping us safe in this community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time, and I will bring the dogs next time. Thanks.
All right. Well, yeah, it's on us. All right, colleagues. Welcome back, Director Riordan. We'll just, this has been a lot of information. But thank you. Thank you for the work that's been put into it. Colleagues, any closing remarks, deliberations, anything?
Thank you. I just want to thank all staff for their great presentations and for Director Riordan and her team. These are always really good presentations. And the only thing I have is just how do we want to proceed on any outstanding items? And because I can name a few and just not sure how we're handling that. And that's really a council question. Thank you.
Outstanding items. What do you have? Hold on, let me pull my notes.
I have a list going in my head of what I've heard, and I'm sure staff does too. And if I miss anything, please, any other colleagues, let me know. But why
don't we start with you? And
do you want me to list what I remember?
List, everybody list what they have, and
okay.
Then we'll go around.
Okay, so my two open questions, and it's still, I need to look at the staff memo about legal aid and then just have a better understanding of that. So I'm just going to keep that for now, legal aid and festival funding. And then my third is that we did not get anything from solid waste. So I just wanted to follow up with that because there was conversations on, and I've had this conversation with folks at solid waste. It was around the repurposing of two positions with internally solid waste around comms on because we were preempted from doing the bag fee ordinance. There was a request several months ago around if there could be more robust communications in solid waste around just, I think, waste in general. And I think the response at the time was that there was going to potentially be some internal shifts. And so just would love a update on that. So it wasn't adding 2 FTEs. I think the original request was adding 2 FTEs, and the response from solid waste is we don't need to do that. There can be some shifts internally, and I just want to have a sense from their organizational chart if that's happening with this fiscal year or not.
There was also a request as part of that for like the reuse center, that piece, right?
Yeah, well, I think there's a position around there. I guess they have a grant or a Fuse fellow. I can't remember. And so if that funding was going to continue once the grant or the Fuse fellow funding went away. Am I making sense, Director Riordan? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't believe we received a request from the department, but they do have a Fuse fellow that will be continuing in FY25. I'm looking at DCM Winbush, who is over that department, and that is my understanding.
Could staff just provide an email to council around that, just so that we have it, so that I can close that loop at least with Don't Waste Our Own Folks, because that's just been an ongoing conversation. Thank you.
We can provide that with the follow-up memo.
Thank you. Sounds good. So that might get resolved there. But so is the solid waste conversation, festival funding, and then legal aid. Those are mine. Thank you.
So I'll mention the one I mentioned again this morning. There's been a request from the community for additional support. We heard this at the budget hearing, the initial budget hearing, for additional $200,000 as part of the million that we've that was in the manager's budget for guaranteed income. And that just just to reiterate what that request is, that's additional support for the operations and management of that program, as well as a marginal increase of folks that could be served from 110 to 150. So it's a modest request. I support that. Would love to have us to have a conversation about that to see if we support that as a council.
I just wanted to add that I am also curious about guaranteed income, not necessarily about the increase, but just like where it's housed and that sort of stuff. So, because I don't feel like I have a good sense of where that request has gone.
Okay, I'm just collecting items and then I'll come back around right now. Did you have anything else? Councilmember Freeman. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm satisfied with the budget, the balanced budget that the manager has proposed. And part of that is because we've gone through a pretty exhaustive process of weighing council member ask and other ask to get us to this point. And I just want to draw a distinction. I mean, there are things that I would like to see, like more money or less money. And I would just want to draw a distinction between an actual issue for the council and draw a distinction between if a particular singular council member just wants something more on something else that we've already vetted. That's always the case with every budget year. We all have our individual, but I don't recall. I mean, if we're going to add a list, I want to revisit ShotSpotter. I want $200,000 for ShotSpotter, but we've already litigated that. And we went through the cards of red, yellow, and greens, and we've had a pretty exhaustive conversation. It's certainly within our prerogative to tweak the budget, but as of now, we have a balanced budget, which the manager has presented. We've had at least one public hearing. We've gone through our process. I'm satisfied with the budget that the manager has. I mean, I'll engage in any conversation council members want to have, obviously, but I don't have any issues. I support the budget the manager has presented. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so, all right, the first thing I have up here is, did you have something else? All right, so the first thing I have is legal aid. And so what was your question about that?
I need to read the memo. My understanding of the memo is that, because I just read it while we were sitting, my understanding is that there's a portion that is still associated with their contract that they have not spent down. And that is going to be essentially added to the 650. And if I'm not mistaken, the portion that has not been spent down is 350,000 something. So if I add that 350,000 something with the 650,000 that is currently budgeted for fiscal year 25, that gets us very close to $1 million or right around $1 million. I just want to understand if that is staff's, am I interpreting that correctly? And then B, I would like to follow up with legal aid, because this is now year 2, where last year they came in May, we said come earlier. This year they came earlier. And so I want to just make sure that my interpretation is correct, and then just have the opportunity to follow up with the director of legal aid to make sure that she understands that, right? That they understand that on their side, because from their view right now, it just looks like a cut. Thank you.
Yeah, and I could just say that, yeah, they do have a contract that spans across fiscal years, so that will be finishing. There is still some, with the estimate that the department made, it would be finishing, it would not be finished at the end on June 30th. There would be some money still remaining in that contract. And then there's an additional 650 that's added to the new budget.
Thank you. So I just want the opportunity to follow up with legal aid and make sure that essentially makes them whole.
So technically, legal aid is getting the $1 million. It's just numbers wise, what it looks like in this budget is 650 in a sense. If you add in what was left over versus what they're getting, it's right at about $1 million.
Right. So, and where the money comes from, I think, is less critical than like to make sure they're whole. That's I think the concern.
And I just want to follow up with, I don't know if she's Director D'Amato, and ensure that on the legal aid side that is understood. Thank you.
And I just want to, from my looking into this, I think that, this is a matter of practice for me. While I obviously supported, and Councilmember Cook and I had a good long conversation about this, and I know that you're probably burning up inside over there because you're really passionate about this work, but also we all know that where that Councilmember Cook does this type of work, so it wouldn't necessarily be as appropriate for her to be the biggest advocate for it. So I'm saying that out loud for you based on our conversation. I also, as a matter of practice, we have a lot of organizations that are doing a lot of serious work. And as the leader of this council, of course, I'm all about principle. Again, I want to make sure that we are being consistent as possible. This is a case where, you know, the manager has gotten really creative with her team to make sure we are whole, make sure they are whole. I'll say this, projecting out to organizations that, again, you know, one-time money is one-time spendable, and we have to keep that in mind as well. And as I've stated behind the scenes and publicly, I hope that we can start investing in things that are more preventative or proactive rather than reactive, while at the same time supporting organizations that are, I think someone said it earlier, just stopping the bleeding at that point, the triage resources. I look at this, you know, I look at legal aid as a triage resource, because once it gets there, that's kind of like the last line of hope. But you know, I think there's a lot that we can identify before it gets to legal aid or before it gets to the courts that we can be more strategic about. And that's when it requires us to really work as a team when it comes to policy of thinking about where we can identify and invest resources. But if we don't do that, we have to be careful about, you know, I'll just say, organizations that really work in specific spaces, their job is to advocate on behalf of their interests or what it is that they do. It is our job to allow them to inform us, but not direct. We have to make the tough decisions that are holistic and take all of these things and put it into a picture. So just keep that in mind as we're moving forward. Legal aid does a lot of good work, as well as a lot of organizations that are in other areas. So hopefully we, what I'm really specifically talking about, the county does, what was it, Councilmember Cook? Rental assistance, you know, and we have to ask the question, how sustainable is it? How sustainable is, you know, the investment into legal aid? Those are real questions. Those are not disarming questions. And once we look at the sustainability of it, we also will assess the necessity of it. And we can also identify where else we can invest resources so that we don't have to always, you know, put so much money into, listen, I want $1 to make $1. I don't want to put a lighter and put dollars on fire because it won't last always. All right, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. Just two things. I do want to be very clear and upfront that I am all for a legal aid reinvestment, but I do want to caution us against putting money into a program that pays landlords. I'm very clear that there's price gouging going on, and that price gouging should not leak from taxpayers into private, like, property owners' pockets by way of, I just don't like the rental assistance setup. It's just not sustainable. Yeah, that's not sustainable, and it doesn't work for me because there's a lot of other ways. I'd rather give more money to the guaranteed income, make it universal. Like, there are ways we could actually stem the tide on it. And I would say that summer camp is one for those children who are not served in the community. I think Chief Andrews mentioned that, and making sure to point out, like, those are things that are preventative, and those are things that we do need to support. And I do think that 100,000 is a small amount to get started, but I'm also very cognizant that we're missing the opportunity this summer for that one program that we did have last summer. So I do want to make sure I said that. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad it's 179,000 now that was added to it. And the line of comments and questions you just stated is what I was actually saying. Not a jab at the county. It's a policy decision.
I don't mind making the jab because I've said
I feel the same. I feel the same way.
That is not how it should work.
And that's what I was talking to Councilmember Cook about as we were talking through this. How sustainable is that? You know, at least our investment in this is something tangible. It's a service that's tangible. I support it. But we have to ask these questions. You know, you know, this is a values decision, but you know, there is a return on investment on everything we do.
And just to the second thing, to the conversation around the 300,000, I do want to just be very clear and upfront that I don't have a disdain, like, or I'm not against putting an extra 300,000 because it runs over, but I am very cognizant that there are city staff in a department that has requested an additional 300,000 to kind of adjust their pay rates. And I do want to like make sure that we at some point have these conversations, because I do think that there's some missed conversation around our staff and how we are often putting the burden on those at the bottom. And in this cycle, we managed to shift some of it to those at the top in their acceptance of the 5% limitation. And I do want to say that I appreciate you on the record, but I do think that there's going to need to be a huge focus around how we shift that design process and the next study. And it may need to happen much sooner than we think, because this market study just wasn't enough for me, just me. I'm just one council member, but it wasn't what I was expecting. It wasn't what I would have liked to see. And I'm bearing through it as a response to last year, because I don't want to rehash all of that. But I will say that that toxic nature of the conversation is still here, and it's frustrating, but I am weathering through or pushing through. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just in closing, guys, you know, when we received ARPA funding, there was a lot of expansion done. And I think we need to be very careful. I'm saying this out to organizations out there as well. If you receive support from the county, from ARPA dollars, that's not going to last always. And I'm saying this right now on the record, I will not support in the future going into the general fund to sustain external organizations out of the general fund because of what ARPA did. So I just want to keep that on the radar as well. And I'll say that that doesn't devalue the need. I know the needs are growing, you know, the population is growing. We have all of those things happening. But this is just me, you know, thinking about, you know, just trying to balance this budget and how hard these decisions are and everything that goes into it. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the conversation. I'll speak to one of the other issues that was raised in guaranteed income specifically. I am more than satisfied with the $1 million that's currently in our budget for guaranteed income. That's a lot of money. And part of it is I want to hold myself to the same standard that I tried to impose on colleagues present and past when this council took up participatory budgeting, which was an issue that Councilmember Johnson championed, which we all supported. Mayor Shula and I thought that the $2 million investment was too much at the beginning. I think we wanted like 700,000 or something like that, but we still funded it at $2 million. Support guaranteed income. I just thought it was too much money at that point. Wanted to get some data points and ratchet it up as the years went on. It is no secret that I have been the voice on this council for guaranteed income in the city, even before getting elected to this council. I would love to see 5 million, 10 million for guaranteed income, but I'm holding myself to the same standard that I applied to Councilmember Johnson in this program. We had an incredibly successful pilot. I'm loving the interest around guaranteed income now because it was not always the case when it was first introduced in our public square. When we say, and to Councilmember Ritz's point, that a request from the community, it's Durham for all. That's not the entire community. It's an organization that has asked for $200,000 more. And my point, and I appreciate it. Listen, there's nobody in the city more who would like to see it at 2 million, 3 million more than me. But I think we've got a balanced budget. I think $1 million is plenty of money at this time. If I had said $1.2 million, I think they would have said $1.4 million. If I said $1.4 million, they would have said $1.6 million. So there's really no science around that number. I think it's just a number. And you know, if that's the community, then the Black ministers who sent us a letter asking us to keep ShotSpotter going, they're also the community. How much are we going to put weight on them as well? There's a lot of Black folk that go to church in this city. Are they not the community as well? I think we have a victory with guaranteed income. $1 million is a lot of money. It's 100% more than the initial tranche of money we got from former CEO Jack Dorsey of Twitter, which was $500,000. We added some money to it. That's 100% more. I think we've got a commitment from this council that is going to be codified in our culture as a city moving forward. $1 million is a lot of money. It's plenty of money. And this is from the person who championed guaranteed income. It's plenty of money at this time. The budget is balanced. That's my view on it.
And I just want to make sure that if there's any programs for cats, I just want to make sure that that also comes forward. You know, I know all this canine conversation. I do want to make sure we include the cats. I know there are felines in the
I'm
city as
actually
well.
allergic to cats.
Because they're demons.
I'm allergic to cats. Councilmember Caballero.
I actually made a joke with Councilmember Baker. I was like, "Ooh, should I start a real fight and talk about cats?" Anyway, when we were talking about all the therapy dogs, with the basic income, I think to Councilmember Cook's point, I think sharing what's to date, because Step Up had the contract with the pilot. It is unclear where that lives. I know there was questions around means testing and that DSS didn't have the capacity to means test. And so I think part of the request around funding is just not having clarity on where we stand today and how we're moving forward. So happy to not pursue the money, but I think that because I think we're tight. This is a tight budget, and so if I'm stacking the requests, which is why I'm more than happy to find out if that $350,000 works for legal aid, like the rollover, because that's $350,000 off our ledger. I think most council colleagues at this point know I don't like spending money. I'm probably one of the most averse. Ironically, I did not think I'd be like that as a politician. Yes, thank you. Don't ever say that word out loud. So I think that if folks are comfortable around the basic income, just understanding where we are would at least help allay, I think, some of the questions I've been getting, not just from Durham but from other folks in community. And I say that basically as city residents. That's
Absolutely.
what I mean around city community. And then I feel like I had one other thing and I can't remember. I think lots of folks have opinions about cats. Councilmember Freeman.
Councilmember Cook, did you?
What did you want to, I'm sorry, did Don't Waste Durham, was that piece?
No, because I already raised that, and I think we're just going to get a memo from city staff around that one. So I think that was it, just around your point, Mayor Pro Tem, around basic income.
Well, Councilmember Caballero literally said exactly what I was going for, which is that my request around the guaranteed income is just for more information. So if we could get that, that would be super helpful. And I also just want to say, since my name has been brought up in the conversation, that y'all do know that I do legal aid work on the eviction diversion program. I'm not going to talk about my values in this conversation because this is around the budget and what money we're going to be spending towards that program. But moving forward, I would like to have a conversation around policies about eviction diversion, because this is an area of my expertise. And I don't want any indication that I necessarily agree or don't agree with the comments that have been made here today, because I don't think that it's an accurate summary of what eviction diversion looks like in this community or what purposes it serves. It's a super vital and important program outside of whether or not it should be funded. And I just, because that's what we're talking about today and having a budget conversation, I don't want to get into it too much, but I also just want to say for the record that I do not agree with everything that has been said. And if we want to have a more in-depth policy conversation on that, I'd be really interested in doing that in the future. So thank you.
And and I don't know if I misrepresented anything, but I do know that when Councilmember Cook and I finished talking, I begged to get back on our calendar because I was just overwhelmed and impressed with how much of an expert she is in this area. So I'm probably talking too much about our conversation, Councilmember Cook, but I just appreciated your expertise on it.
Mr. Mayor, I remembered the other thing I was going to say. To your point around effective tools or not, one of the reasons that we're stuck in a way, when I say stuck in a try not to say that in a negative way, is because North Carolina has some of the most aberrant, awful tenant laws in the state. And so that we are very limited. One of the reasons we are not able to, Councilmember Freeman's point, we're just helping landlords. I was like, there are plenty of states and plenty of cities that have rules around you can raise your rent, but only a certain percentage. You can do these kinds of things. And we don't have that. And we are not allowed to do that. And we are preempted to do that from doing that. And so we're often left with not the best tools that may work in other communities because of what we're allowed to do as local government. So I think that heard on conversations around the potential limits of eviction diversion, but we're also limited on the tools we're allowed to have. Thank you.
If I could just add, I do want to also tag along in this conversation and say that we could have a longer policy discussion around some of the things that need to be in place for the children who experience trauma in our community. Because I think summer camp gives it a very limited conversation, but it's really an intensive intervention that is very beneficial to the children who have experienced gun violence on a regular basis. And so I don't want to get missed. And this context of housing insecurities usually starts for children at home, and we do have ways and tools that we could be using to actually prevent homelessness, to prevent the trauma, and to actually prevent and to provide supports for parents, especially over the summer, who have a real gap in their finances around figuring out what summer looks like for their children while they're at work, if they can continue to work. And so those childcare needs are prevalent for me as a woman who has children, and then also because I spent 10 years in this community trying to find summer camp for families throughout East Durham and the broader community. So thank you.
Councilmember Rist.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, shout out to Mayor Pro Tem for your leadership on guaranteed income. Appreciate that. As the other council member that sponsored this year's request for guaranteed income, I want to assure folks that we're totally aligned on this, right? So I appreciate your perspective on the request. At the meeting on Monday, I think Step Up Ministries, that was the administrator of the Excel program, will be there to speak as well. I don't know whether you want to speak now to the question about guaranteed income. I mean, you've been leading this for last year, so I don't know if we want to do that now or later, but certainly Mayor Pro Tem is the one that would have the greatest level of depth on that. So.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the alley-oop. And to be clear, this is a concept that I didn't invent, and I was, a lot of people have been working on it. Dr. King spoke about guaranteed income decades ago, but I appreciate the shout out, and I appreciate the openness of this council, past and present, and the people of this city for embracing, which some folk think is a pretty not good idea. So the short of it is, and I know we've been long, and as of now, guaranteed income is sitting in the city manager's office. We have a very successful template and data points from our last iteration, the first iteration of guaranteed income, with our friends with Step Up Durham running it for us, and we contracted it out. What we're facing now, and why it was important to put the $1 million placeholder in there, was one, to examine the legal barriers we might have to face this time, because now it's taxpayer money as opposed to the money from Dorsey and philanthropic funds, which we raised the last time. We believe there's a workaround around it. We believe there's a workaround around it. And I've had conversations with the city manager. I've actually met with the folk at Durham for All to talk about their participation in what was a critical aspect of our last iteration. I keep saying last, our first iteration of guaranteed income, which was a community-based group, which is where the idea to deal with justice-involved folk came out of. A number of stakeholders, mainly justice-involved community folk, who helped contour the program, who recommended the folk who would participate, who recommended the amount of money. So I want to make sure that this is not it's not a City Hall-centric or City Hall-driven initiative. So we have a template that we could just cut and paste and do, but there are some important questions we need to answer. We got more money this time with the $1 million. Legal barriers, where it will ultimately be housed if we want to contract out again to an organization like Step Up Durham and just do what we did. The idea is for it to be universal. So do we want to just continue to focus on justice-involved individuals, or do we want to do single parent-led households? Do we want to just do anybody? So those are questions we need to ask. So the $1 million, it was important that when we do answer those questions and come to those thresholds, that the placeholder is there because of a very successful pilot that we've run that's gotten, you've seen some of the media national attention. So the short answer is it's housed in the city manager's office. Second point is we have a template and architecture already in place how we run it. The question is, can we do that like we've done before and not run afoul of the law and legal guardrails in our state, which we believe we can do. But we also want to first convene this group of community stakeholders, which Durham for All, I've asked them to be part of that conversation already. So that's where we are. And I thank this council for the significant placeholder. It places us in the leadership of this initiative of American cities.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add to that too, the other piece is that like we're going to receive a report, I think probably in August from the folks at the University of Pennsylvania, an evaluation of Excel, right? So the point is, this is from all that we've heard, this is working as well. So this is a big success for Durham. And so we, as you said, we should be proud of this. And I think the request to modestly increase, to me, makes a lot of sense. We have to balance that with other budget requests, but I think it's working. I think we be proud of it, and I look forward to council supporting this further.
I think doubling it makes a lot of sense. I think making it 5 million makes a lot of sense. My sense is just, and again, this is nothing for us to go to war over with Durham for All. It's. I think folk are looking for a victory when we already have a victory. I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, let's leave it at that. Y'all numbers keep going up. Like just, woo.
I said a million.
All right. So we have the clarification information coming back on legal aid. We have the solid waste situation there. We talked about guaranteed income festival funding. I am on that bandwagon as well, simply because it usually pays for itself. I mean, I think we all know festivals. It's not just, people just coming together and just hanging out. But when we have a congregation of people, and this is why I hope that eventually we can have something going on, in town on a weekly basis. Because what happens is when you have a lot of people congregated, that's one deterrence to public safety. But two, people are spending money, and just, we put $100,000 toward a festival that is going to bring, 30,000 people to Durham, not only from within Durham. We can't think about just our residents, but people who are coming here as well. We're going to make it back in our sales tax, but usually to make sure we have a legitimate, like a really big festival, a strong festival with, really, really strong economic impact, they're going to need help with, security, trash, just, the whole permitting process to close the streets. So I hope that we can start responding to these requests as a partner rather than just a process. So I'm a huge fan of it. I think that, we can look at our occupancy tax and see that we are overperforming. And if we just simply look at our hotel sellout rate during Dreamville, and Dreamville is in Raleigh, that tells you right there. So imagine if we had our own. Raleigh does the African American Festival. They do the what's that bluegrass one? Just all types of things. Like some cities have really figured it out that when you're having these events, they are economic powerhouses, and I hope that we can get back to that, or get to it at least. We had some festivals, but we've lost them to other neighboring municipalities. But anyway, this was your point that you brought up. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Mr. Mayor. Clearly, you're an advocate. I brought it mainly, I sit on Durham Cultural Affairs Board, and that has been a conversation happening on their board, and we have been receiving emails from residents as well. I think I do want to acknowledge that it is $100,000 more than last year, so it's not that it hasn't been increased, but I said I would do my job as liaison and come and say, hey, they're really wanting, if possible, the full funding. Obviously, I'm one council member. It takes 4 of us to shift that. I'd be happy. I think they'd be happy with any increase, quite frankly. If it's 50,000, and that, I think that group of folks would be thrilled. I think that our festival scene, to the mayor's point, has been damaged pretty extensively. I can name a number of festivals that Moog Fest, the list goes on, and they do bring a lot of money into the city. I think that this is also a space for Durham Next, which is hopefully what we'll get with the enabling legislation that Discover Durham asked us to help push forward. And in our legislative agenda, and I know Senator Woodard has introduced that bill, but I think this is also imagining that world moving forward. How do we have an organization very much dedicated to selling Durham and bringing those dollars in? But in the interim, what are some steps that we can do to increase some of our local dollars? So yeah, that's it. It's a request for full funding. I was very candid and said, hey, this is going to be a hard fiscal year. Happy to put it forward. Also think folks understood that we were tight.
All right. And I think for me, the last point I have was I don't know if there's not a specific item to make a choice on. I just think that I do think that we have to have some type of response to the gun violence that's happening. Our police is under-resourced, they're short-staffed, and we have to have some type of response to it. And if it's not ShotSpotter, I don't know what it is, but we are responsible for supporting something, or we just keep quiet on it. And I don't know how we want to address that as a council.
I'm just going to reiterate that the preventative side of that is a lot lighter. And, if we're already established with an $80 million budget on one side of it and 179 for the other side, there's a lot that we can do. There's a lot. And my silence is really around the values of us as a council. And I'm not sure where we are, but it doesn't feel very supported.
No, you're not going to get any disagreement out of me.
I mean, because I want to be really clear, like the shootings are happening in my neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
There are many on my camera. There's many that my children are experiencing. Like this is not, it's not something I'm thinking about. It's not something I ponder on, or, I need an organization to tell me about. It's something I live on a regular basis. I'm a child of gun violence. I've been a part of the conversation around, Bull City United, Hate Tide Reborn, Justice Movement, like each and everything, even with the hearts, like there are things that we're doing that I know we could be doing better. But as for some reason, there's like this stick in the mud, everyone wants to, stake their claim on this thing and their flag. But if it doesn't work for the people who are in those neighborhoods, especially the children, because I'm going to say again, as Chief Andrews noted, they are often very young. And so if you're not showing 7, 8, and 9-year-olds that you care about what's happening to them, especially over the summer, because we do know that that's when the gun violence really hits a high point, we're going to continue to see 10, 11, 12-year-olds showing their guns on social media. We're going to see 13, 14, 15-year-olds showing up at the courthouse in handcuffs. Like it's a pipeline, and either we're going to, try to stem the tide early in that pipeline with Parks and Rec and making sure that they're open 24/7 if need be. Like there are things we can do policy-wise. And I mean, in addition to summer camp, it's not just summer camp. There's a reason that the summer camps are always full, and it's not limited to a particular community. It's everywhere. It's all over, and we could lead in how we address it. But the conversations are just that. They're just conversations, and I don't particularly care to continue to go back and forth because ShotSpotter is not the answer. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's the single answer either. Neither is one summer camp. And that's why we have 179,000 to summer camps in general. And I think that's culture signaling as well. That's a start. So I agree with you, Councilmember Freeman. We have to truly invest in our youth, but I'm not gonna say, summer camps budget versus the police budget. We obviously have to have the city department. And yes, it's $80 million. It's also our biggest department in the city. So that's just logic. When it comes to the summer camp, I mean, it's a measly $179,000 that was $100,000 that the manager put in there because she heard us talking about it. That $100,000 came because you actually bought up, that one summer camp, but it was that one summer camp. And as you all notice, I didn't put anything in the budget this year because I'm sick of this conversation and this process of trying to get funds in the budget. So the good thing that I have is which we all have, is just using your personal influence to raise funds. And that's what I plan to do. That won't be sustainable. And two, it's not concrete as an actual budget. I just know that, we are about to move into potentially passing a budget that doesn't respond to the number one resident survey, number one response from the survey that was sent out to the public, which is, public safety. We haven't communicated what that is. Like you said, there are a lot of things we are doing. There is 1 million toward Hayti Justice Reborn, one organization. There is, all the other things, but we can't say what is our actual response? What is the suite of policies that is directly responding to the uptick in gun violence? And
I would just ask, I'm not sure if there's been any meetings of I think it was the crime cabinet in the past, but I don't know that those meetings are occurring, and if those solutions, because I know last year and the previous year, we had a lot of concrete ideas that were floated and not supported. And so if we want to revisit some of those in the coming year, I think that's important.
Yeah, full disclosure, I think it was very well notated on the last call. I've been extremely frustrated with it. I think it was like the two. That's the other thing. We have I think Commissioner Burns stated this one time, like 19 crime something roundtables, whatever. But the mayor's violent crime reduction roundtable, it's every segment, and it's like, okay, what are we doing for an hour? So I'm reconfiguring that so it can be more effective.
If there's any way that I can be helpful in that, I will say that there are crime cabinets,
and then the crime cabinet,
so to speak, happening in the neighborhoods. And you may not be part of those conversations, but I can definitely pull a lot of different voices in. And I think to the point that I think it was Vegas Don coming in and providing even the gang transitional housing supports, and folks trying to provide some type of intervention on the ground. Those things are occurring, and it would be great to have city support. It doesn't necessarily mean we have to fund it, but it'd be nice to have more than just myself showing up to those meetings, more than just myself in conversations. I know that in the past, Mayor Pro Tem and I have walked the streets up and down Holloway. We've been out and trying to figure out what the solutions look like, and it'd be nice to have more of us around that.
Yeah, I've been participating with some other groups, and you're totally right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate this conversation. And Councilmember Freeman, I remember those walks at night with no police escort, no security details, and sometimes seeing some dicey situations go on. It was those type of walks, and I say this respectfully, it was those type of walks that informed a recommendation for a Marshall type plan for the Fayetteville Street corridor and areas like that. And since we talking, we've had a lot of organizations show up and say no to a specific policy, then lecture us about what we need to invest in, and then not use their listservs and enormous organizing power to push us for a $10 million investment in whatever kind of program you're talking about. It's the same script. No shot spotter, don't hire more cops, don't do this. It's okay to put video cameras in public housing complexes, but I'll never understand that. Put video cameras in public housing complexes. Don't hire more cops. Don't do shot spotter. We need more investment in program A. And then they're gone. So what is the program A? Where is the plan? What do you want us to put $10 million in? Is it meant to, where's the program? Where's the plan? Councilmember Freeman talked about her showing up at meetings and when you look at the news, you would think that the only thing I've ever talked about was ShotSpotter, guaranteed income, Marshall Plan, the expansion of violence interruption. But that's the shiny object that's gotten attention. So when you look at what we're doing that you could be labeled as preventative or root cause, hello? I mean, those have been part of the talking points as well, but we kind of carve out that one piece and act like that's the thing we're trying to hang our hat on. And it's interesting, a lot of the cities that I've even heard invoked in our council meetings, cities that are conversation partners, that are doing things right, that are having great response, they have ShotSpotter integrated with a bunch of other stuff. I remember Councilmember Caballero read the mission statement of ShotSpotter at a meeting. And what was interesting is that the mission statement says, as part of a comprehensive plan, not by itself, but we measured it as if it were a comprehensive plan when it wasn't. When we did the measure of ShotSpotter, we didn't measure it in conjunction with all other stuff. We carved it out and then put a metric on it that they said shouldn't be measured by, not in and of itself, but as part of a comprehensive plan, which we have not done. And when you talk about the comprehensive plan, I can count on one hand the number of people and organizations that have talked about actually putting real money to preventative plans and then have watched us fund protected bike lanes, which I voted for, pickleball, which I voted for, tennis courts, which I voted for, all that cool stuff, have watched communities get that funded. And then when they come up and ask for a measly couple $100,000 for something, get lectures about what's best for your community. So the next time somebody talks about investing in root cause initiatives, ask them for what and how much do you want us to vote on? And organize your group, come down to City Hall and lecture us about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so you've heard us talk a lot. I think what the best thing to get from this is more information, feasibility, more information.
As a budget director, I like certainty. So
right, you
I will
just told
say
me
what
that.
I have heard is the only follow-up for the budget department is we are to provide an update on the solid waste.
The solid waste.
Solid waste. And I think that you had heard about guaranteed income. That was the other thing, but I think that Mayor Pro Tem has provided that update here right now.
The clarification of funding for legal aid.
Yeah, that is going to, we have provided that information, and I believe Councilmember Caballero is going to kind of circle back with the organization.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what I
going to
heard.
circle back with legal aid. I sent them your memo already this morning. And so just want to, I already said this, I want to make sure that they get that the carryover and this gets them their $1 million.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if they understood that or not.
Okay. And then, so then I have not heard any changes at this point to the preliminary budget.
The festival funding, if that is.
But so the festival funding, as it stands right now in the prelim budget, there is $100,000 increase. So it would bring it from 200,000 to 300,000. It sounds like the ask is for 400,000, and I think that would be a council decision at this point.
Is it?
And
so. Yeah, because I'll say to Madam Manager, one thing I hate doing is trying to dictate the manager's job, but because I just have a great deal of respect for you and your team having to figure this stuff out. But yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So staff is prepared to provide the specifics of how you go from a balanced budget to changes in that budget. One of the first questions that you get answered. There's currently a new initiative or a proposed initiative to add $100,000 to festivals and events to the pool grant fund that event organizers get to propose each year and get their events funded as long as the money goes. And it is the Cultural Arts Advisory Committee that reviews those proposals and makes recommendations to the staff for how much each event gets funded for. So adding the 100,000 was not to a particular festival. It was to the pool that we already currently have been operating for several years. That amount will be 300. The question that is for the budget department is that 100, is it in the base budget or is it one-time funding? The reason that we answer that question is because we want to be really clear when we leave here. If there's a $100,000 add to the to the base budget, then that means that base budget has to be rebalanced. If it's $100,000 one time, then that is a reduction of the available fund balance that we have reported to you in our presentation.
I'm going to, because I didn't ask for a vote or for people yet, and the reason why I said the word feasible is because your budget is balanced, and were you about to make a comment?
Yeah, I had a budgeting question. So if your recommended budget, I mean, aren't you adding the extra 100,000 that you are in the recommended to the base budget, or is that a one-time thing?
Right now, it's a one-time thing.
So we've only increased the funding for festivals, not in perpetuity, but for 1 year. So then we would have to
We would have
revisit
to come
this
back
next year
and
anyway.
reevaluate. That was the part of the plan was to reevaluate it next year.
Okay, I got you.
And I would say that that's a good way to evaluate whether there's more needed. And I think as the year goes on, if there is a need.
Council member, at least from what I'm told, again, I am not a festival runner. I don't run festivals. What I am told that is a part of our arts and culture sector that has very much struggled, and that the at least perception, accurate or not, is that the city is not as supportive as it was historically. Again, this is what I've been conveyed or told. This is not a
And I think
I
hear you. I think I've been a strong advocate for the arts over the years. I think when a $500,000 came forward, I pushed for it. What I will say is in a year where we're presenting that we would raise taxes 3%, just to make sure that we do cover our staff, I think it's important to hold some tension in some areas. And I think that the arts would understand is where I'm going. I know that it's going to be rough out in the community around just the 3 cent.
It's 3.85.
Yeah, that is a lot.
I don't disagree with you,
we're
Councilmember. That's
talking
why I've
about-
just told, I have been very honest. This was with all my requests. Remember, I pulled back. I was the council. I mean, there were requests that I had submitted back in January and February. I said, you know what, the budget's tight. I'm not going to put that forward.
Yeah.
So that has already been my practice. I'm sharing that as a liaison. I take my job seriously when I get put on boards and commissions. And so that was the request of me as the DCAB liaison, and the conversations that I've had with festival runners, which is that they are hurting, that it is not, and there's some internal things that need to happen on DCAB about their own process of how they select. That has nothing to do with council. The only decision making we have around this is whether we're going to allocate more money or not.
So I
Thank you.
I'm going to reluctantly hold my request on this simply because the reason why I'm such a big advocate for it is because I know it can pay for itself, you know, and more. There are some significant holes in the budget that I'm not sitting well with right now. But also I think about the fact that, you know, we are proposing raising taxes 3.85 cents. But also the county is proposing to raise taxes. And guys, we haven't had a land valuation since 2019. And that is about to be a sticker shock from hell. And that's coming up next year as well. So I think that one thing we have to do that I'm going to be fully committed to myself as mayor is really activating our private sector. And that is why I'll be making this major announcement in a couple of weeks around fundraiser for youth in the city. We have to activate the private sector. We cannot just tax our way to everything we like. So I'm gonna go against my grain here and withhold that request.
So one of the things that I would just like to add about the budget or the, final adopted budget, even though it is a large budget in numbers, it is a balanced budget. So when we talk about, possibly, funding something in the future or in a few months, that anything that we know of that we, would possibly be trying to fund is very much better planning to have it in the adopted budget, because in a few months, there's really not a place for it to come from, because we've already set the tax rate. We have already, made the estimates in the budget balances. So what we have is what the department presented on the very first day. Yes, we do better sometimes than we anticipate. And sometimes that raises our fund balance for the next year. We do have an opportunity in our carryover, which we do late in the fall, to potentially, capture some things that we did not capture in our original budget. But particularly as it relates to ongoing things in our budget, this is really the only time that is feasible to add stuff to the budget each year. So I just wanted to say that on the record, because it really is important. It's important for the staff who have to try to respond in between these budget cycles.
Madam Manager, just real quick, I fully understand if it doesn't get included now, it's just not, and then it's just up to us, whoever, probably me, to, especially if that extra 100,000 isn't built into base budget, which I was not clear on. That will be one of my very growing, because I didn't do a lot this year, to Mayor Williams' point on budget requests, and I have a long growing list. Thank you.
I will just note that I'm being very conservative in this cycle as well, but it's in sight of, or it is in that very same vein of my main request was the 28 million to make sure that our staff was covered, and the others are much smaller and very minute. And I think to the mayor's point, it is going to be critically important to figure out how to support the youth. And I want to make sure that I want to say to my colleagues, I feel like it would be behoove us to kind of be open to the fact that there may be some shifts and changes that need to occur as folks start to look at what their paychecks look like in July, and there may be some things that might need to change. And so I'm not sure that anything will come back up again, but I do think that those carryover funds may be spoken for already. And I'll leave it at that.
I see it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess this is my first budget cycle. Again, forgive me. Where do we stand then on that? So for the festival funding, are you saying, so you said you withdraw on that means, do we vote on that? Do we know?
No, basically, if there are four of us around the table to say, yeah, no matter what, let's just put it in there. That would be the direction to staff. What I'm saying is because of the circumstances we're presented this year with the budget, and then with the county just passed a $550 million bond. Now they're raising taxes again. How much?
They're fighting around schools, so a lot.
Three something, and then they have the school situation. We just have to keep in mind that Durham County and Durham City is pretty much the same population, with the county having just a few folks outside of that. So I'm thinking, even though it is just, and this sounds weird saying it, but in city money and government money, it's just 100,000. I think that my practice is going to be, I'm going to have to reserve. I'm going to have to be conservative in a sense of my request because of all of what's out there. I mean, I think that, we need an office on Black men and boys because obviously that the data tells us that's what we need more than anything right now because those are the ones we're losing. But I didn't request that yet. I think we need a convention center because we need more business downtown. I specifically requested that not be considered into a bond because we're not ready yet. And so I'm being really conservative here, and I'm going to spend this year really activating the private sector. We have someone in the back of the room. I'm going to call on and help out with that chamber. And I think that we as policymakers are going to have to get a little uncomfortable and really pull on our networks to help, really push forward some of the things that are desperately needed. And because of the financial pressure that's coming to the community of Durham City, County proper, is going to be so heavy and so tight that, we have to also make those tight decisions. And so although it's just $100K, I'm going to withdraw my request for it to go right now and just have to get really creative in finding other ways to do it. Because we're getting more companies here. And, there's a lot of sponsorship opportunity, and we're not asking, Google or Grail or Grain or any of those companies to step up and sponsor, be title sponsors, but we are going into the tax base. And I want to make sure that we're trying everything possible before we go to the taxpayers and say, hey, can you pay for this? So we deliberated, we talked, and there was nothing that we needed. There was nothing that we needed to make a hard decision on to give direction to staff. So therefore, the budget, as it appears as of 2/52, will remain balanced, and we won't unbalance it and have the manager and the team go back and figure it out. Also, our fund balance is about to be lower than it's been in a long time. And one thing I desperately want to do is keep our AAA credit rating, because that pays back dividends when we do have to carry and float debt. Right. Well, what she just said for the public was limited obligation bonds. We're going to need a AAA credit rating for those things. If not, we're going to be paying a heck of a lot more than what we have to. And lastly, I think what we also have to do as policymakers is not just be messengers, but we have to be informers and communicate with our advocacy groups, because our advocacy groups are meant to organize around issues. And we have to work with them because they're not just a group, they're actually people coming together around things that they're passionate about, whether it's Durham for All, whether it's committee, the PA, or whoever. That's part of the Durham community, and we have to make sure we're communicating with them, even just residents in neighborhoods, communicating with them to say, all right, look, let me get you access to the staff. We'll all sit down together and find out what works, what's feasible, what's real, what's not. But we never should let once you get elected to the seat, you're the decision maker. You don't let one person or one organization dictate your job or the manager's job and telling, what goes here and who's going to be in what position and what department, all that stuff. That's just a bad practice. So we are the final say-soers. So, all right, Director.
I think we have.
Do you have your certainty?
I think I have my certainty. Well, as it stands right now at this point, yes.
All right, we do have another budget hearing, a public hearing.
I should say yes on June 3rd. We have a public hearing, so we hope that residents will come out if they have something that they would like to say to the council about the budget.
Yep. All right, colleagues, we agree on some things, we don't agree on some things, but I give you my word as the mayor of this council, I will always have your back and share our accountability in the decisions that we make to balance this budget. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Christina did not mention it, but in your budget adoption schedule, there is a tentative meeting that we put on the calendar, and in the event that the council needs to meet again, at the end of the second day of workshops, we typically inquire whether or not you would like to keep that meeting on your calendar. And so it would be good for us to have a decision. We still are working on the budget as well as our other obligations, as well as your own calendars. And we just always like to get your direction on hosting that meeting. We're always ready for that's why we put the meeting on the calendar, but it is your pleasure if you seek to have that meeting. I believe it's June the 6th.
It's June 6th. It would be the morning of your work session. So it's, you have a regularly scheduled council work session in the afternoon, but that would be in the morning, June 6th.
Yeah, I feel good about where we are right now. I think we've had some rich dialogue. I feel good about it, colleagues. Yeah. All right. I think we're good.
All right, well.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you very much, because the past 2 days have been super informative. Director Riordan's been here the entire time and jumped up to answer every question, but also every single department I thought did an excellent job in their presentations. And of course, Madam Manager, the executor of our budget, did an excellent job this year with a lot of, I think, really tough restrictions that we had going into it. So I just wanted to say thank you. This has been super helpful. We don't have to have these meetings as a city, but I think that the public is watching and appreciates the transparency, and I, as a decision maker, certainly do as well. So I just wanted to say thanks.
Thank you for that. So, as we prepare to leave this space, I did want to remind you all that you certainly have access to us to have additional questions answered. I said in the beginning, you got your draft budget. It's not in its final form. It gets to be maybe 100 pages more than you got. You got about 300 pages. Yes, when you got yours printed, but you saw a sampling of our departments, our largest departments that are more outward facing, but you may have questions about some of the other information that is in the budget document. We can continue to answer or respond to those questions for you as we move along toward budget adoption, and just want to make sure that everyone knew that we stand ready to do that.
Version that's
So there's been discussion about the popular report. So the popular report actually is a companion document to our annual financial report. It's not a companion to the budget. The budget document that you see that's what you get. It is it's very detailed. It's about as close to a line item budget as you get when you actually approve the budget. You're approving an ordinance that is at much higher level, but that is the document that tells you, what is rolling up to those ordinance items that you are approving. But we will be, I don't see the finance department here, Deputy City Manager, we will be producing the popular financial report. It is an award-winning report, and it is a digestible version of the city's finances overall, with stories and other things that are of interest to our community. And we've done that for at least a decade or more, maybe 15 years or so. And we will do that. We will be doing that again after the fiscal year ends on June 30th. But it comes out after the final audit is done, which is at the end of October.
That's what I use to help answer. That's what I use to reference community engagement when I'm out in the community and talking to folks and they have questions around the budget. This year, I know I'll be doing like a community tour, talking to folks about it, just answering questions, and I'll be using that document. It's less technical and more, digestible.
I was just going to make one request. I know that we have our strategic goals, and it would be helpful to have a little bit more information tied to that as well as the budget document, because I think that most people they've heard us talk about shared economic prosperity. They've heard us talk about, community health and safety, but having the actual department data that reflects those things specifically is really helpful in those community conversations. I tend to attend a lot of little neighborhood association meetings and town halls and what have you. So those very digestible nuggets are helpful.
All right. Well, the time is now 3:00. We talked into that hour. Thank you guys so much. Take back the rest of your day. Unless you want to join me at Emory Woods tonight, please help. So no, I love hanging out.